Okay, I hate to interrupt the conversation. It's so nice to have you guys interact. Wonderful. Welcome back. So hopefully we're making you more aware of water issues. What is the one water thing that you've heard since the last class? Newspapers and conversations that strikes you most? And that you think maybe would be interesting.
It's still in the news. It's not new. It's just the crisis on the Colorado River and the levels of Lake Mead. And I saw a printout recently that Fort Collins a couple days ago went an hour on all renewable energy. It was in the middle of the night. There was a lot of wind, but there was hydro too. Hydro is a chunk of that. And if the hydro goes away, that makes that harder to do. So,
Hydro's clean energy,
yeah,
but it's not considered renewable. No,
carbon-free energy.
it's carbon-free energy. Anything else?
Howard Gordon decided not to appeal the 1041.
The 1041?
Not sure what they're going to do.
Yeah, I'm sure they have plans.
They're just gonna give up. Sure, link with all the water and really, that's what I learned.
Anything else that struck you that you're going for the last weeks?
Actually forwarded an article, I think the band
Yeah.
saw, but there's a city in California that said that basically have 2 months water supply left and all the issues they're dealing with, and you're gonna have to buy water, and it's articles like 2,000% increase in the cost of water, so yeah, kind of interesting.
That's a good one, and you might share that with everybody.
Yeah, I can do that.
Do that, I think that would be great. And that reminds me, a couple of years ago, Dove Creek is a small town of 1,000 people in southwestern Colorado that was down to the 5-day. For their waters. So it's really scary. So anything else you've heard that you think?
Well, personally, we're building a house in Texas on the coast, and our builder texted us and said, we pulled your permit just in time because of the water. The permit like doubled.
Really?
6 months time.
You know, it's kind of like with this recession. I keep telling people, I'm a believer in more storage and more infrastructure to better manage our supplies. And the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. And so that's anyone else have, you know, I'm hoping you just kind of your ears pick up and you're fine.
Yeah.
I've been known to sit at an airport to correct people about Colorado River. So it's always interesting. I also, when I was working for the federal government, I was working on Rio Grande issues in New Mexico and Silver Minute and David Species. And I was on a little plane from Denver to Albuquerque, and I sat next to this really nice lady who said, she was an older woman, and she said, you know, I said, oh, there's the Rio Grande. And she goes, oh, do you know Rio Grande? I told her my whole life story. As we were landing, she said, you really like what you do, don't you? So it's great. Well, I hope that you enjoyed the first class. From your comments, it sounds like you did. Colorado water history is just so very, very interesting. And it is the cornerstone of Western water law. In fact, you'll hear today from a couple of attorneys talking about water law. But the prior appropriation doctrine, which is the doctrine of practice here in the West, used to be called Colorado law because it originated in Colorado. Western water law originated with Colorado's territorial courts and then the Supreme Court. So it's always very interesting. Thank you for your patience in our hiccup with respect to the computer. It's working now. And Patty Redding is a great resource. And one of you asked the question about how to explore the water resources archives. If you just go to water archives at CSU library system, it blasts, it comes up with all kinds of things. You can look at Del Carpenter's diaries. You can look at different papers that were submitted to the governor when he was signing compacts. It's just an awful lot there. And so please just take advantage of it. I think you also heard, and I like in the comments that you also understood that there's a lot of collaboration that went into making Colorado water law. And even though we have the classic East Slope, West Slope conflicts where they're like this, there have been some pretty bad fights, but there's also been some really good collaboration and great projects, multi-purpose projects essentially that have come out of it. And Martine, isn't Martine wonderful? I mean, he sits there and talks about civil discourse. And I always, every time I hear her speak, I want to send him to the Congress. Because, you know, it's a challenging time for all of us right now. And I love the fact that I can apply his knowledge and recommendations, which is just being aware of those things, you know, in your everyday life. We had a meeting in Santa Fe on Colorado River issues, and I was moderating the panel, and there was this young woman from the Navajo Nation who's an engineer, and she looked at everybody and she said, "This feels like Thanksgiving family gathering." We start out saying, "Yeah," we end up going, "Yeah," and then we finally go, "Okay, we still love it." You know, and that was kind of the tenor of the conference. She picked up really well on it. Couple of questions. I know that you were interested, some of you were interested in that land use planning, water planning connection. Next session, we will have somebody talking about that. There's a couple of reports out there to help with that. They also had a couple of questions about the Colorado River Compact. At your table, at your plate, we have given you an article that, it's not an article, it's publication on Colorado River. And it's Colorado River for people who are interested in hearing it in the news and trying to understand all the different issues that are there. So it's not in depth, it's a high level, but it's, I had, when I wrote this, I had my neighbor review it before we published it to make sure that I was getting to people who didn't understand all of that. So also you have a couple of our newsletters on some research issues of different kinds of research that are going on at CSU. We have one of the things that this class has not really addressed well, and I'm hoping that we make a note of this, because I know John's interested in this, is the social justice aspect of water. And that when I went to my first water meeting in 1985, it was me and one other woman, and a whole lot of men, white men with gray hair. And some of you may relate, because it took a long time for us to get to a line in the ladies' room. So we've done that integration. We need to do more now. We need to look at other students. We have a program on campus where these students from different backgrounds come together to follow water fellows. And the whole point is to get them interested in maybe a career in water. And so that's something I'm hoping that we'll have for the future. We have, well, let me stop there and see if you think there are other topics you'd like addressed over the next few months. Let us know. We kind of focus on here's the theme for the session. Next week or next month is kind of, what is it, innovation? I know who the speakers are, I can't remember what the being the,
Topic of next month is we're looking at water for economic growth and development. Outreach.
Yeah,
And that's why I didn't
economic
remember.
this, we're still kind of working on the basics. Water law administration, we'll have, two water commissioners here. The water commissioners are the guys focused on, the folks on the ground, who actually they had gates to turn somebody off or make that order. Or now a lot of it's done through a satellite system. And their life is very interesting. And I think they'll enjoy hearing that. And we also have the assistant division engineer, who is responsible for all of what we call Division 1, which is essentially the South Platte. So I think you'll like that. We have past class last year recommended that we have a session on federal and state permitting. And I know that many of you are having projects out there and not understand there's certain hoops that you have to go through for federal and state permitting. And so we have John Collins, who was in the class last year, to come and talk a little bit about that. Then we have my favorite person at the Attorney General's office. She's had an interesting background. I think you'll enjoy it. So with that, I'm going to turn to the book reports, and David, you're up.
Right. I'm gonna just do this thing now. If that's okay.
That's fine.
I would prefer you stood.
Thank you.
You go with majority.
Oh, Pete, what is it?
Sure.
Aaron, welcome.
Oh, hi. It's very late, school drop offs this morning in traffic and construction.
Hi.
Oh.
And Mary, you were here last week, so would you want to just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do?
Or I'm happy to take the floor after you. And, hi, I'm Mary Baird, and I serve as the Director of Global Sales and Projects Enablement at HOT. So if you are in Northern Colorado, and you've been here for some time, you're probably familiar with HOT. It's a global water analytics company. So we design and manufacture instruments that test water quality. And our HQ is here in Loveland. And we have big manufacturing and corporate office sites around the world. That's a Denver company. And it's about $1.5 billion in revenue. And we're in about 70% of municipal drinking water and wastewater facilities in North America and Europe. And then in industrial markets, from everything from semiconductor, pulp and paper, metals and mining, food and beverage. So it's a critical piece in ensuring that the water that we use is safe.
Thank you. What drove you to this class? Why did you apply?
Great question. So I have a background in nonprofit work. So United Way used to be in board meetings here and worked in different, I would say mainly human services, but some environmental services organizations for about 10 years. And then kind of had this bridge into for-profit work on the water quality side. And I have some tie-ins with the social justice piece and working with our foundation and water equity and access, and also ESG. So I have some pieces of my role that's expanded into ESG and sustainability. And personally, I have a little miniature farm here in North Fort Collins and have water shares and do irrigation. And so I would say all aspects, there's kind of this interesting thread of water for me. And even at the very beginnings of growing up in a rural area where we had non-potable seasons and we would be boiling our water. And then later on in my early adult years, going to Africa and kind of seeing firsthand the statistics that you read about. So it's been an interesting evolution, I would say, of my relationship with water and my understanding to water. So I wanted to, and I just wrapped up the sustainability program here in Fort Collins. And I think this is a unique dive into this space that kind of personally and professionally I'm in and out of it every day.
Great. Well, be sure you introduce yourself, Mary, as we get going. This is the Live the Group. You've done a really good group. Thank you. And so, David.
Yeah. So when we were here last month, and we just grabbed books off the table, I happened to pick this one up. It's called Irrigated Eden by Mark P. I think is how you pronounce his name. He's a doctorate at CSU. Did I say that right? CSU folks?
I don't know.
All right, silence means yes. And I really didn't know what to expect. It's a very different book than most other books I've read. It's like the history of the geography of a region and then the people who irrigated it and how irrigating that valley changed those people. So it's a history of irrigation, but also like a cultural commentary. In the 1990s, Jeep's slogan was "The things we make us." And if anybody remembers their marketing campaign, like that's what this book is about. We made an irrigated landscape and then it changed us. So a lot of it is based in kind of this myth of American progress, westward expansion, manifest destiny. He has an entire chapter at the end that I'll get to in a little bit here on gender language and the myth of the American West. But that, you know, the masculine holds back the river, and the dam allows the flourishing of the feminine garden. And there's this call from God to dam the valleys for the sake of progress. It's a book that's worth reading for sure. And one of the takeaways that I've been reflecting on is what are the myths that I'm operating under and the narratives that we're using as cultural stories that are changing our land use patterns. So I don't have any conclusions on that. The first chapter is called Genesis. It's the history of the geology. So the climate in the Snake River Valley is not unlike ours. There's an upper valley and a lower valley, unlike, you know, Colorado, where we have kind of western slope, eastern slope issues.
This is Idaho, right?
Yeah, sorry, not Southern Idaho. This is more upper valley, lower valley. Upper valley is cooler climate. It turns out to be where like seed potatoes are grown, seed alfalfa is grown. Lower valley tends to be larger farms, but because of how the earth works, you've got different strata in Earth's crust, so it's coming down on bedrock. It hits this giant alluvial plain and then hits bedrock again. And there's a bunch of farms in the middle that, as falls on the river increase and increase and increase, there just simply isn't a river in part of the stretch. And that leads to changes as we get going. So settlers started making diversions for crops. They're generally small scale, rocks in a river. Ditches followed landforms, and they were diverted into sloughs and draws, etc. Ditches led to the need for drains and return flows. So the landscape kind of changed in accordance with the need for water to generally flow downhill. I wanted to read a few quotes through this as I went on. So here's one from this first chapter here. The assumption of human control over a pliant and even willing nature, basic to the outlook of virtually all farmers and engineers, was consistent with another popular belief that irrigators were master technicians whose work realized the inherent potential or purpose of the land. So there's a sense of we're called to do this to dominate the land. And it turns out that that's not really how things work, and it becomes a reciprocal relationship. And so in the second chapter, he gets into the fact that natural systems don't just acquiesce and go away, right? That they rebound, that they show up, that they're modified with a modified landscape, and he calls it a hybrid landscape. So along all the ditches and canals, muskrats show up, beavers show up. They call it moss, but it's some sort of algae that would grow, clogging ditches. Then you're trying to like keep animals from living in the banks and trying to keep habitat down. So there's this development of sheep farming along all of the canals to try to eat grasses and manage other habitat. But the problem is water moves downhill, so seeds can get through gates, weeds start going everywhere, carp get into things and start showing up everywhere. And so the natural world is extremely dynamic, and it begins to frustrate the plans of the irrigators. There's no way to, it's not a static composition of rational order on chaos of the natural environment, as was sort of marketed in the original pitch to move to the Snake River Valley. And one of the interesting things it gets into is that all of the solutions to their problems tend to wind up being collaborative. So there's like this myth of property ownership and individualism, and it's contrasted by the fact that the nature of the problems is so big that we can only address them together. So teams of people muck out the ditches. They develop new districts that do weed management, and if you're not managing your own weeds, you can get assessed fines by the weed districts because it's a thing that affects all of us. So the complexity of the problem pushes people into collaborative decision making and solutions, which I think is a thing we kind of picked up on last week. So grab a quote from that chapter. Page 7. The chapter on habitat is like a third of the book, and the detail that gets into weed spreading and carp and how you deal with rabbits. I mean, it's extreme detail.
So maybe you can just kind of.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. Yeah. Farmers, engineers, scientists, government officials, and journalists have once anticipated that the irrigated landscape would be different. They had idealized the Snake River Valley environment as clean, an empty place, a construction site of sorts, filled with malleable resources and materials awaiting manipulation by human hands. A world that functioned with almost mechanistic precision. And in their most optimistic moments, they imagined they had conquered the desert and turned it into a garden. In practice, nature and the irrigated landscape belied their dreams. A new world replaced the old, but it was not the one that they had imagined and desired. Rather than simply work their mastery over the environment, to create a static, subdued landscape. Irrigators engaged nature in a kind of dialogue in which they continually attempted to reconcile agricultural practices with hydrological and biological practices. So it becomes this dynamic whole. So then the next chapter gets into dividing water, and Idaho adopted prior appropriation, just like Colorado did. Initially, it was a free-for-all. People just grabbed the water that they could grab. It wasn't quite as simple as the story here with, somebody diverting flat above the gradient number 2, and folks were really saying, what the hell? It's a much larger river. And while prior appropriation was a particular doctrine, there wasn't a good way of recording rights. It was kind of a crapshoot. So people would say that they had 35 times the flow of the entire river at one point along the river if they recorded allocation. And so it got bad when around the city of Blackfoot, the river just disappeared into the alluvial plain. And those irrigators said, we have rights and there's literally no water in the river. And then you go downstream and the river picks up again. But the use it or lose it doctrine that we have here too, of beneficial use was in play. So nobody wanted to share any water with farmers in Blackfoot because then they wouldn't be using it. They didn't want to lose it. So in 1901, this lawsuit got started, one group suing another group over their claim to water, and then everybody else signed on until pretty much the entire Snake River Valley was one giant lawsuit against each other. That goes to court in 1901, and the judge begins to assess everybody's seniority and right, but the answers don't come out for 10 years. So for a 10-year span, it continues to be a crapshoot of kind of guarding the realm. But then once the rights are listed and published, a new form of security shows up for people who have surplus, and then the sharing actually begins. It's really interesting how adjudicating the rights changes the behavior of everyone in the valley. Talked a lot about storage rights and the goofy nature of that, where you have water underneath a lake and a dam going into the hillside, and then that changes the water table. Then those become new groundwater rights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so then how do you calculate this? How do you manage it? Yeah, and there's plenty of debates about this. There's a great little quote by one of the water managers in here where he basically said, in the end, the whole thing is functional in mystery.
It used to call it a black box.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So downstream folks or upstream folks are suing the downstream folks. They hire an engineer, the engineer goes to court against the state engineer basically. And the state engineer points out that the distribution of the snake's water would always be flawed. Although more information on river hydrology could be gathered, the problem of determining proper storage transmission lossage is a very complicated one, which can never be solved exactly. End quote. While the present system is a workable one and is believed to be reasonably fair, he stated the fact that it is not final in any sense leaves opportunity for continual complaint and dissatisfaction. He approved of any additional investigation of the snake that would lead to a more acceptable management program, but he stated that, quote, any such schedule of water allocation will more or less be arbitrary in character. So we don't really know. We're just sort of working through it. That moves into a really interesting conversation about labor and how you have what he calls the family mode and the industrial mode. Family farms, farming beets, needing to care for the beet, cutting it back at particular times in order to provide enough beets to the big industrial base to turn that into sugar. And then people working for the railroads and the beet factories. And so you have this really weird intermingling of two different scales of industry. And then there's a very interesting chapter in here on field to market and how alfalfa became a core crop and potato became a core crop. And the urge and the rush to make money off of irrigation led to a glut of alfalfa. Then Idaho decided they really wanted to do a seed market, and that led to all kinds of manipulations in how you sell seed, hide seed, clean seed, brand seed. And it became this thing about uniformity. There's that has to be dependable seed, and the solution to that wound up in co-ops. That local groups ensured the seed was of high quality, put the co-op name on it, a seal on it from the state, and that became something that was marketable and dependable. But it became, again, cooperative at a smaller scale, tied to the land in place. In the case of potatoes, everybody was growing potatoes like mad, but they were really susceptible to fungi. And the russet seemed to kind of stand up and be a little bit more dependable. A person in Denver found a particular subspecies of russet that was really dependable, and then it exploded across it. And everybody started growing a particular kind of russet potato. And that led to the need for grading the potatoes, grade A, B, C, or whatever. And then that led to a need to provide high quality potatoes to get a USDA loan of gift your potatoes. And then this entire system of economy gets built around grading potatoes. The way you hid bad potatoes, this is just an interesting tangent, would be to put good potatoes in the bottom of the stack, jam a stovepipe in, pack it with good potatoes, fill the stovepipe with crappy potatoes, pull the stovepipe, top it off with good potatoes, and shit, and put it in the train car. And then you open the back and you're like, hey, these are great potatoes. And you kind of get it home and find out. So stovepiping is what it was called. It was a pretty common practice. There's a very fascinating part of this book where this, well, I'll get to that in a second. So the final chapter is called Industrial Leaders. And he begins to look at these narratives around the myth of the American West. So the first one he talks about is like a conquest narrative. We're here to take over the desert and reclaim it as a garden. It's all masculine language. You're subduing nature, which is feminine. Men holding back rivers and dams. The conquerors are always masculine. And then there's this like redemptive violence mixed in there too, where you get all the men would round up all the jackrabbits into a corner and bludgeon them. Thousands and thousands of jackrabbits would be slaughtered, and it was this giant community thing of getting rid of the pest together.
My husband did this growing up in Idaho.
Yeah. Wow.
Thousands. I need to read this book. I'm so sold, by the way.
So I wanted to read like a little quote of each one of these different narratives, which is just really fascinating. So here's the first one. Conquest constituted the essential first step that the irrigators took in their effort to reclaim what they saw as a dreary arid waste. In myth, men subjugated or even destroyed wild nature, then they resurrected it, redeemed it in a productive form. Conquest was a necessary moral act, but to male Idahoans, it was also an emotional redemption for regeneration of the masculine self. Violence defined masculinity as nothing else could. The rabbit drive was perhaps the most masculine and overt demonstration of this conquest. Really, really fascinating. The second one, he calls the Johnny Appleseed model. So it's sort of like this cultivation and becoming a nurturer, a union of the technical and the organic. The third saw the garden as predominantly female, with men and women living in harmony in it, and technology sort of pastoralized. So we got a quote from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm close to the end here. Yeah, these tales describe a transformation of desert into garden that resembled a wedding, in which the farmer and the land appeared as mates. In transforming the desert into a fruitful garden, the farmer, in a sense, found a life for himself. It's really fascinating description. The fourth sees the desert as a garden that grows livestock, crops, and children. And that is really interesting because he draws this bridge to like pig clubs for young boys to grow pigs, which are then graded, and beauty pageants at farm or county fairs, which are actually described in terms of grading women, and how this like logic of class gets built into all other parts of the culture, coming from how grading is ingrained in the worldview. It's just a really powerful, potent, somber piece of the book, with all kinds of implications that we don't have time to break down. And then there's the counter argument, which is primarily written by women in their narratives and their biographies and their novels, which see this whole thing as dystopian, and a manipulation of the environment where they were winding up carrying a bunch of the weight and the voices are basically not heard. And there's some really, I gotta read the quote from that. There's a really, really excellent one here. So this woman's memoir was an indictment of patriarchy, a tirade against male farmers who treated their women much as they treated their livestock. Farming consisted of drudgery, unrelenting toil, emotional and physical exhaustion, pain, sexual exploitation, and mental illness. She herself suffered bodily ailments in around 1920 when there was a breakdown. Her depiction of farm females as beasts of burden sharply contrasted with the beauty pageants and women who also resembled livestock, but a different sort, purebreds. In Greenwood's estimation, women were captive with the farm patriarchy of humans. There is no escape, she said, for the wife or children. In Greenwood's view, farming was essentially a male pursuit that women ultimately rejected. She said, quote, Adam, I am sure, regretted the loss of the Garden of Eden. She concluded, but I suspect that Eve fed him the apple in order to get off the farm. Yeah, it's absolutely worth reading. It's a very different kind of book than what I thought I was getting into. And so a couple concluding thoughts are like, what are the myths of land and resources that we use that are changing our narrative, that are built into our worldview? I don't know what's worth reflecting on. Does reading how this changed them make us think about how we use land, water, and resources? This goes back to the Jeep quote, but the things we make us. Working in the built environment, whether or not you drive a Tesla or an F-150, you still got to drive pretty much everywhere, So we've built this auto-oriented culture and continue to build this into an auto-oriented culture. The assumption that we are separate from the natural environment is an underlying assumption in the worldview of the folks who irrigate the Silver Valley, which is a really different thing. They find out over the course of the book that they really are part of the natural environment, and they're in this dynamic relationship with it. So even though I'm a land developer, like I think I've shown my hand here, secretly environmentalist, and so has anybody read Braden Sweetgrass? This is my all-time favorite book, and it's absolutely phenomenal. It will make you cry and laugh, and it's beautiful. I want to read one little quote from Kimmerer here that is appropriate, but I think it's not exactly what she's talking about. So I admit that I'm appropriate in this. She talked about, well, here's the quote. The exchange between plants and people has shaped the evolutionary history of both. Farms, orchards, and vineyards are stocked with species we have domesticated. Our appetite for their fruit leads us to till, prune, irrigate, fertilize, and weed on their behalf. But perhaps they have domesticated us. Wild plants have changed to stand in well-behaved rows, and wild humans have changed to settle alongside the fields and care for the plants, a kind of mutual kinship. We are linked in a co-evolutionary cycle. The sweeter the peach, the more frequently we disperse its seed, nurture its young, and protect them from harm. Food plants and people act as selective forces on each other's evolution. the thriving of one in the best interest of the other. This to me sounds a bit like one. So I know she's talking about gardens and food plants, but the way that the worldview is modified by the natural world dynamic tension with the irrigators of Southern Idaho, which is a really fascinating thing. I'm trying to think as a so that's the book.
Right. You gonna check that in?
Oh, yeah, check this out.
Okay, so take it from there.
David, thank you for kicking us off. That's always kind of a scary thing to go first. And there's a really sweet scene in that book about the author dredging out a pond that she bought, thinking, oh, it'll be so great, we're gonna live near a pond, and it needed to be dredged because of old algae and stuff. And it's a beautiful metaphor to parenting. If you like poetic writing and metaphor, it's a beautiful story. So,
And it's a great
yeah.
transition.
It is.
For it. The Cadillac Desert also talks about the green of the West. I know you guys didn't plan it. Well done.
Yeah. Hi, Mary, too. Wanted to catch up on you. Well, I'm Claire, and for my book report, I picked a 500-page book to read in a month. As a busy professional, I'm not sure that was the best idea, but I did it. So why you might want to read this book. This is a very detailed nonfiction book published in 1986, and it was revised in 1993. That is really depressing and sobering. It's rich with history, philosophy, and highlights themes of Western water issues. When it was published in 1986, Kirkus Review called it angry, exhaustive, and gracefully written, and also one of the best books on Western water history. Okay, so this book is really about the infrastructure and background of Western expansion in the United States starting about 1800. It highlights three gentlemen that were really empowered to make changes. They exploited the water and explored it at the same time. So we have John Wesley Powell. He's famous for his 1869 geographic exploration of the 3-month trip down the Green and Colorado rivers. And you might not know this, but a month before that, he actually was one of the first white men to climb Pikes Peak, or Lost Peak, sorry.
And remember, he was one-handed.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna get to that. Oh, I'm sorry, that's okay. No, okay, Jennifer spoiled. I was gonna, yeah, I get
Not that you can, it's
whole right arm is
Oh,
taken off an
man.
artillery document, yeah. Then we have William Mulholland, who was a self-made civic engineer. I don't know how he did it, but he was Irish American. He taught himself civil engineering, and he was really responsible for building the water supply and structure for Los Angeles, the largest city in California in the early years of the 1900s. And then there's lots of stories about this gentleman, Floyd Dominy, who is pretty much a bad boy. He was a very bad boy. He was also the director of the Bureau of Reclamation in the 1960s and was responsible for building the Glen Canyon Dam and the creation of Lake Powell. Alrighty, the book is also about the technology and initiatives that really tamed Western water and moved it extraordinary ways and distances to provide essential irrigation, drinking water, and frivolous water. Think green lawns, palm trees, golf courses, fountains in the middle of the desert. And it's also about the complicated pricing and cost of water that the government hasn't been able to control. Either it pays too little or too much for farmers and landowners. It's also about the two major policy arms, we're going to talk a little bit about later today, that created well-meaning acts and policies to make water available in dry areas, but were really, really bad ideas. The author is very negative, and I remember John last time when we were here, he's like, be careful that it's not just, your opinion, it's representing the author. So the author, very jaded against these two agencies. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has been around since the Revolutionary times. It's been around forever. It helps with coastal protection, flood prevention, water supply. And then established in 1902 is the Bureau of Reclamation, that's best known for dams, power plants, and canals. It's constructed in 17 states. The book is also about the people from the Eastern United States. I mean, like, those are most of the people that settled the West, and there's not a lot of semi-arid or arid conditions back east, and they really did not understand water and climate. And the pioneers ended up exploiting the land and all the natural resources. Like beavers was really the one reason people came west, was how do we make more beaver hats for the Eastern United States? Okay. And so let's try to talk real quick about Powell's epic trip. You may know this, but he lost his right arm during the Civil War. This 3-month trip was really epic. There were 10 men, 4 wooden boats. They lived off soggy flour cakes, dried apples, and whatever meat they could catch and preserve. They had to navigate waters they knew nothing really about and carry supplies with these heavy boats, trying to keep everything waterproofed in and out of the river. And then Powell actually faced even a mutiny against him, and the people that ended up wanting to leave the party were murdered a couple days later by natives. But they lived, the rest of the people lived, and it really opened the ways west for settlement. Along this journey, Powell was mapping watersheds, and he was the first to realize and think that maybe the West should be divided into states by watershed instead of how we have our square states out here. What he proposed that they should be divided by watersheds, which was really interesting. He also made the case that water rights would be important because of the inconsistent water use. But in summary, he really wanted the West to be settled slowly and over time to give communities a chance to realize their water supply and the demand. But that didn't happen. Did not settle slowly. As you know, word got out and caravans of people started making their way west, eking out a living or dying along the way. The railroad companies were really at fault too, because they had this grand idea to build cross-continental railroads and then advertise people to come live there because they had to make up the price and the cost of all of that. So that did not help. I thought I'd feature one of the stories that took up a big chunk of the book was about the settling of Los Angeles and its growth. Actually, I'm an LA native. I was born there. My family's been there since the early 1920s. And I kind of wish they were still alive because I'd like to ask them about some of the stories I read about in here. I always thought it was kind of cool that our family was from there, but now I'm thinking we were part of the problem. And it's kind of humbling to think about. But it's a prime example of a desert community exploded by population, moving water to meet the people. The author spends a lot of time explaining how this happened, how it was a small farming community, and then this Mulholland that I mentioned earlier went up north about 200 miles. I'm sorry that resolution is crappy, blown up here, but Mono Lake and the Owens River water rights he bought and shipped 200 or 300 miles via aqueducts. And the farmers that lived up north that had all that water were pretty ticked off, as you might imagine, and actually started the California Water Wars. And in 1928, among other violent acts, the citizens destroyed an aqueduct and a dam that killed 200 people. And it failed within 12 hours, it all failed. And of course, Mulholland was kind of retired early, let's just say, and went into hiding about it all. It's pretty awful. These are just examples of, what the author talks about poignantly across the book, that the outfall of mismanaged water and the demand on natural water sources have left salt-encrusted fields and dry lake beds. And all the species that rely on it have gone, and the farmers who tried to turn the desert into gardens. Of course, you guys know this, I'm sure. It's Hoover Dam and it's shrinking supply. But it's one of those, hey, here's a good idea, let's store water and then ship it out later. But it's kind of a bad idea because of evaporation and the hunger for growth and that beautiful culture, or not culture, but climate that everyone wants to have in Phoenix and Las Vegas, where it's warm all the time. Cautionary tales. So wrapping up, the revised edition actually ends on a more optimistic note. The author is clearly still upset about water lobbyists, federal subsidies for farmers, and federal agencies selling cheap water. But he says he sees policies in local communities coming together to turn towards conservation and returning water to its natural environment to improve the overall environment. My last slide is really just about what have I learned from the book and just one class under our belt. But I feel like 4 themes emerged that we have to listen to the sense of urgency that lawyers and scientists and environmentalists have been talking about, and unfortunately we've damaged and have 150 years to redo. As a region, I'll just share a professional, personal thing that happened last week. We were meeting with the city managers of Greeley, Loveland, Windsor, and Fort Collins, and their mayors and their mayor pro tems and 3 water district officials. And we actually got the cities and towns to say, maybe it's time we come together and look at water rights together as a region and not just as a provider. And it gives me tingles all over because we're having several follow-up meetings about it, like it might become a thing somehow. So anyway, sense of urgency has been listened to. And then the preservation of what we have and the collaboration around the table, I think is really important. And then lastly, I feel like the social justice aspect that you talked a little bit about, I think Mary and Amy, you mentioned, David, that a lot of these water law administration and policy things have affected people of lower status, people of color, indigenous people. Their land and their water have been taken away for the benefit of mostly white people downstream. And I would love for our future water policies to look at social justice as we look at water providing us. Any questions? That's a great one.
Very good.
Slides.
Sure, yeah.
We have our new speakers out here.
I can read that to you, it reads beyond 130. It's about journalism out, it's a great follow-up to that.
What's it called, Gary?
Beyond 130.
Yeah. That's a lot of pages here. I can't.
Okay, yeah, I still would do.
Okay.
Yes.
I would be sending you an email, so you will get a reminder.
The next piece, the Colorado water law, this would be really interesting. We have Frank Martin here.
Yeah, you just let me know.
And with him, he serves municipalities, developers, ditch and reservoir companies, development water planning. He's got it all under his belt. Whitney Phillips is an associate at the same law firm. Whitney has a journalist background and then became a lawyer. I had a student ask me about him, how do you get to the law thing? And I'm going, there are many roads to get to being a lawyer. But Whitney also had an interesting job in that she clerked for Judge Hartman, one of my favorite water court judges, for a year. And that's great. And thank you guys so much for being here.
Our
Turn it
pleasure.
over to you.
And Whitney has invaluable experience she got with Judge Hartman, and Judge Hartman recently retired.
Oh, did he?
He did. Yeah. And you get attached in the water law community, it's pretty small. You know, attorneys and judges and parties, and so you kind of get attached to the judges. And
Yeah.
now we're adjusting to our, well,
Now
for
you
me,
gotta
the third
train-
one.
Now you gotta train a new one.
Exactly, and that's what you do, right?
Right.
So, appreciate you guys having us here. We find water law fascinating, of course. I don't think our friends and family agree with us, so we don't always get the opportunity to talk about it outside of the office itself. We bring kind of a unique perspective because we do represent a lot of different parties, a lot of different clients. So we do special water work for City of Brighton, City of North Glen, Littleton, but we also represent ditch and reservoir companies, water supply and storage, consolidated home supply, and smaller ones like the south side ditches that run through Fort Collins, and water associations. We do work for ag people and ranchers selling their water, and of course, we acquire water on behalf of cities and change those water rights too. So we've kind of been on all sides of the table on that. What we thought we'd do today is, and we'll just kind of adjust as time goes on, but kind of split this up into three parts, give you a brief foundation of how we got to where we are in the Colorado water law community and the Colorado doctrine. Whitney's going to cover a little bit about how these water rights develops more specifically in our area. And then time permitting, we'll go through sort of the water court process and see how far we can get on that. Please interrupt, ask questions. I'd rather talk about what you guys are interested in and want to talk about rather than what we think we want to talk about. So don't hesitate, raise your hand and let us know. So go ahead, Ben, if you could. So starting out, this is a recent photograph that Dick Stenzel took. Dick was with the state engineer's office for a while and then with Applegate, and Applegate comes out with these wonderful calendars every year. And Dick's usually the photographer. Does anybody know what that is?
So Malcolm Big Thompson and a head gate for one of the.
Brian's got it. Yeah, so there's the dam store on the Big Thompson. And this is the Consolidated Home Supply ditch diversion. This is an amazing structure when you drive by it on how deep it is. So this is, they're taking off their water here, and Loveland has a takeoff down here. That structure was originally built in around 1882, and wiped out by a flood in 1884. Rebuilt it, finished it in 1884, and it has withstood 6 floods since then.
It survived 76?
It survived 76,
Wow.
and it survived 2013. This top cap is work that they did after the 2013 flood. So there was some rehabilitation work that they needed to get done after the 2013 flood. Still waiting for FEMA money. Which is no surprise. So that's going on in the Big Thompson, late 1800s. Go ahead, Ben. So this is going to be more difficult, but somebody might get it. Does anybody know what this ditch is?
Is that the Michigan ditch?
Close. So you're up in Rocky Mountain National Park. That's close.
It looks like it's similar.
Uh-huh. So this is the Grand River Ditch up in the park. And so this was being built around the same time. I think they started in 1884. I'm not sure when they completed it. So this ditch is diverting water from the Colorado River Basin over into the Poudre Basin. And this is run by Water Supply and Storage Company. There's an interesting point of fact I want to note. So I always was looking here, why is it Grand River Ditch? Why is it Grandview? Why is it Grand Lake? Does anybody know that?
If the Colorado River was the Grand River.
Correct. So that section of what we call the Colorado River from the headwaters down to the confluence of the Green River in Utah, that was always known as the Grand River until 1921. So Grand Junction was the junction of the Grand River and the Gunnison. And in 1921, Senator Taylor made a big push to get this all changed. So it was the Colorado River all the way up from the headwaters all the way down. Go ahead.
But it's still the Grand Canal.
It's Colorado from the top all the way down.
No, the canal though is still.
Sorry, Jennifer. Yeah, still the
And you
Grand.
can see it when you drive to Estes Park and over the river, you'll see
But
it.
there was a portion that was called the Colorado River from the get-go.
Correct.
They escaped the other portion.
So it was called the Colorado River from the confluence with the Green in Utah. The rest of the way down, it was just that top part that never was. So these pioneers, these individuals who were building these structures in the late 1800s, and how bold would you have to be to dig a canal and put it in the Poudre River, or go dig the Laramie Poudre Tunnel and start taking water that was going to Wyoming and take it down the Poudre River? So you have to be ambitious, but that wouldn't happen in a regular riparian state. It simply wouldn't. Riparian, where the waters are attached to the lands where the stream is. You can't do that in Colorado. You have to bring the water to where you can maximize its beneficial use. And this is the seminal case that talked about that maximum beneficial use and said, we can't do riparian water here. We have to bring the water someplace else. Yunker v. Nichols. Go ahead if you don't mind. So instead of riparian law, where we're attaching the water to the lands where the stream runs through, in Colorado, it's called prior appropriation. First in time, first in right. So we split the water rights up from the land, okay? So you can sell the water rights, use the water rights separately and apart from the lands on which they originated or where the stream goes through. So that you could take it where it's needed most. First in time, first in right. The first ones to put it to beneficial use and claim those rights have a senior right, a priority over those that came later in time to use water rights. And in times of drought and need, they'll cut off those junior water rights so that the senior water rights will get their water. And this has been codified into the state constitution. I think the next one's gonna be Whitney, but go ahead and. Yeah, so before we get to Whitney, one key point I wanted you to understand about water rights in Colorado. Water rights in Colorado are treated as real property. And that's a really unique nature to the water right. So that means you convey those a lot like you convey real property. They're separated from the land. If you had water rights, a spring or a well or something like that on your lands, those would be conveyed by deed, just like you would convey the real estate, and two separate things. Sometimes they'll go with the land, sometimes they won't. What a lot of us are used to is ditch and reservoir company shares of stock, right? That's what you see, water supply and storage or consolidated home supply, you see shares of stock. So what's the nature of those and how are those conveyed? Well, those are conveyed a little bit differently. So even though you have a share of stock that is personal property, and you convey that share of stock either by signing the back of the certificate or doing a slip assignment, you assign it. The underlying water rights that that company owns are still real property. And so many times we'll do a deed along with the conveyance of the share. So we'll do a slip assignment for the share, and then we'll do a conveyance deed along with that. We're doing that to recognize the real property nature of those water rights, but also there's people doing 1031 tax deferred exchanges and things like that. In Colorado, that constitutes real property that you can do a 1031 tax deferred exchange on. Unique to Northern Colorado is the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District. You guys know that. CBT units, Colorado Big Thompson units. That's a little bit different. So when you're conveying Colorado Big Thompson units, those are a contract between the allotment holder, the unit holder, and Northern. So by contract, those are conveyed by Northern by assigning those contract rights and getting Northern to give you a new allotment contract. However, because there's water rights underlying that, we have done 1031 exchanges for CB2 units too. So it still has that real property nature that goes along with the water rights. So before we get into changing those, before we get into Whitney's going to talk a little bit about how some of these water rights develop throughout there. But you guys have any questions so far? Yeah.
I have a question about the comparing different states, like
Yeah.
the water law in Colorado, and then there's probably some similar mimicking happening in some other western states. But is it like that in Missouri and Illinois and Florida, or is it conveyed with the land all the time in those places?
Most of the time it is riparian, yeah. There's very few states that are prior appropriation. California is similar.
Is there no separation of mineral rights in those other places?
That I can't tell you.
Okay, but the water, it goes with the
A lot of
land.
times it's going with the land.
Okay.
Yeah, and so when other states are looking to how the laws developed or what's going on, they're looking at Colorado specifically to see how they've handled it. And yeah, I don't think that there's a case that we're in a lot of cases, but I don't think there's a case that comes along every year where some new Colorado law is developed. I mean, it's still developing and progressing and
Still evolving. What other states are like Colorado?
I couldn't tell you.
All
Do you know, Whitney?
All those western,
Meridian,
Is that right?
California is a mixture of riparian and a prior appropriation doctrine. I think one of the Dakotas, South Dakota might be a mixture also. All of them follow the prior appropriation doctrine. All of them have it in the, all of them have it.
All the dry states.
It is, yeah, it's basically, I mean, if you did a map of precipitation or soil moisture, you could pick out, contour in there that would pretty much.
Yeah.
And set it out.
Anywhere they need maximum beneficial use. Yeah. Any other questions that I can't answer?
Jennifer can answer.
Right.
You know where it came from, fire appropriation?
No.
From mining law. First, the state of Blaine has the best road. That's where it came.
Did not know that. Seems-
Well, and, I guess I'll just add that, so western states, Wyoming, which way is Wyoming? I'm not even gonna think. when I said that. Wyoming, Idaho, where I'm from, so they all follow the prior appropriation doctrine, but how they deal with water rights is very different. So Colorado water law, the adjudication process that's very unique here. And I'll go through kind of just a quick summary of about 140 years of all of this, of how we got to here where we are. But Colorado is very unique in this particular aspect. So, all right, let's go back to 1882. So back then we have all these very innovative and ambitious, even individuals, digging ditches and diverting water to their properties to use. But the problem back then was, okay, so how do we know who gets to use what, when? How do we sort all these out and say, well, you can't divert because so-and-so is diverting? And so in this, this is obviously a long time before we had specific water courts that we have now for each of the water divisions. We're in Water Division 1, Judge Hartman, busiest division in the state, as you can imagine with the population here. But back then, it was just a regular old district court that was going to try to sort these things out. And so these water users who had done all of this work and were doing all of this work to divert this water in these really robust systems, they just filed an action filed an application, a permit, whatever they were called, filed an application in the district court. And then the district court in these general adjudications for whatever the water basin was. So for this one, I'm just talking about the Cache-la-Poudre. Yeah, right. So this is just the Cache-la-Poudre basin, but they would all file these and the judge would hear evidence, figure out who had what priority, and then out of this case, and the others like it on the Big Thompson, would come this really long, in this case, handwritten decree that says who has what priority and who could use water before whom, and sort of the order of things. And so I don't expect you to be able to see the writing here, but this is a nice illustration of sort of what came out of that, which is, so the lines coming this way are diversions, and these are all the major ditch diversions coming off of the Cache-la-Poudre, which obviously is not a straight line, but it's just easier for reference here. And so all of these diversions will tell you what ditch company it is, or what water right it is, and then its priority. So these ones are the big four, I guess. You may have heard of the New Cache-la-Poudre Irrigating Company runs the Greeley No. 2 ditch. Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company runs the Larimer and Weld Canal. Water Supply and Storage Company, which Brett talked about, Larimer County Canal, and North Poudre, the North Poudre Canal and Monroe Canal. So those are, this is what initially happened, right? The irrigators needed to divert water, get it to their properties and use it. And these most often larger ditch companies were the ones to get that done. And then we have the adjudication saying, okay, here's who has what right. You would go ahead and you. So the other aspect of this are these really ambitious projects, which are trans mountain diversions, meaning just like the Grand River Ditch, we're going to go up there, we're going to, blast a hole through a mountain, and we're going to get some water from these other basins that would normally go somewhere else, and we're going to bring it over to our side of the mountains here, and we're going to use it in northern Colorado. So those were, the Grand River Ditch, the Laramie-Poudre Tunnel, both of those are WISC, right? And then the Michigan Ditch is Fort Collins Run, right?
Yes.
So these are the initial really ambitious projects to get us some more water for direct flow diversion, right? So bring that water from another stream and all the way over here to use and directly irrigate on land. Thank you. Okay, so that gave all these ditch companies and water users the ability to divert the water, put it to beneficial use immediately, directly. But as you can imagine, the water wasn't flowing at the exact time that all these irrigators needed the water, right? There's the shoulder months, the early months, the later months when they still need water, but the water's not flowing. So, and thanks in large part to the Federal Reclamation Act, I think 1902, now we have all these very ambitious people building reservoirs, because the reservoirs give you the ability to store the water that you're diverting, and then control when you send it out to the irrigators. And so there's the ability to manage and better use, put to better beneficial use all the water that you're diverting. So, but same deal with these, right? So there's not a water court, just a civil action. Everybody files their claim, and the water court, or the court, figures out who has what priority and hand writes it out. It's 100 pages and hard to read. So, so New Cache, the Cache Liquid Reservoir Company, is a sister company, and they own and operate Timnath Reservoir. Whisk, again, has a lot of reservoirs. Windsor Reservoir Company down in Windsor, Terry Lake. North Cooter has Halligan and Fossil Creek. The Greeley Loveland system down in Loveland. Boyd Lake, Lake Loveland, and Seven Lakes down there. And then Home Supply, which is down on the south side, Mariano, Bodecker, Lon Hadler, Lone Tree. So all of these are coming to be able to control and better manage the water that they were initially had the right to divert. Okay, one slide, thank you. Okay, so just a little bit more about the Big Thompson, because I know most, if not all of you, have already seen CB2 units, and if you haven't, you probably will. But this is a huge undertaking to divert water from the Colorado River to the Big Thompson River, as the name suggests. And the project started in 38 and finished in 57, so obviously it's very ambitious. And this is a system where, because it's a little bit later, they were already incorporating reservoirs as well. So we have reservoirs and ditches in this system. And Horsetooth Reservoir and Carter Lake are the two main stopping points, big stopping points for the water. And as Brent said, I mean, the way that this water works is because it's trans mountain, and I should say this for any trans mountain water, but it's a little bit magic. So you can, because you're diverting water from a different basin, and it's not native to the basin that you're using it in, you can use it, reuse it, so use it till it's gone, because you're not harming anyone else, because no one else is relying on it. So CBT units are trans mountain water, and they're also really easily transferred and can be used anywhere in the northern Colorado service area, which is northern Colorado. So they're really flexible waterways. So those are the ones that municipalities most frequently ask for if you're going to develop. They want to say if you're going to, yeah.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
CB2 units, again, and appreciate you explaining Trans Mountain used to extinction, but CBT units, even though they are Trans Mountain, they protect the return flows. They do not use and reuse to extension, because the whole point was to buff up the river for the farmers lower in the river. So that's a difference.
Right. Okay, so those other trans mountain diversions, yeah, okay, that. And for again, focusing on irrigation use, right? For bringing it over for and being able to use that for irrigation purposes anywhere in the area. Okay, maybe next slide, thank you. Okay, so now at this point we have, and I'll say this point is like the 60s. We have a really robust in northern Colorado ditch and reservoir system. We have the ability to pull some water from other basins. We have plenty of water direct flow, and then now we have storage, so we can really control and be able to deliver that to irrigators when they need it. But there was sort of an issue that ended up coming to a head in the 60s, and what was happening while all these very ambitious people were making or building ditches and reservoirs, you know, there are also individuals out on their farms digging wells, and they're digging wells as either a supplemental supply or you know, as their main supply for irrigation. And there was a lot of, so the issue is, okay, so these wells divert water as well, so how do we deal with these in the priority system? And, so the first thing that happened was in 65, all water wells had to be permitted, which meant you could go in and say, look, I've been using this well for 30 years, 40 years, and get a permit for that well, but you had to have a permit in order to operate it. But we still had this question of where they fit in that prior appropriation world. And so the 1969 Water Rights Determination Act, excuse me, which is still, you know, the main framework for water law that we rely upon today. First of all, it said, well, we're going to say that all wells are going to be presumed to be tributary to the stream, unless otherwise proven or unless they're in these designated groundwater basins. So for the most part up here, your well is going to be presumed to be tributary to the stream, which means that you have to be in the priority system to use it. And the issue with that for a well user is, well, my priorities, you know, 1930 or 1940, and we have these 1887 direct diversion rights that are way ahead of me. So, you know, I'm never going to be able to pump my well. So what the 1969 Act also did was create what are called augmentation plans, or allow for augmentation plans, which, you know, I guess the point to take away from this is if you purchase a property and you want to build a well to irrigate a little bit, you're going to have to find a way to get that in an augmentation plan, because otherwise you're never going to be in priority to be able to pump that well and use the water. Yep.
Could you briefly describe what water plans?
Brett, are you doing that at all?
I can, but we can cover it right. Why
I
don't we
can
cover it right
try. Okay, so, the idea behind an augmentation plan is basically, we'll just take a well as an example, because there's other ways you can use it, but we'll just say it's a well. So say I want to construct a well right now, but my priority is going to be 2022, which is basically no priority, right? So in order to use that well, let's say I'm starting from scratch, because there are existing augmentation plans. A lot of these ditch and reservoir companies have their own augmentation plans that they've created for their shareholders and others to be able to use their wells. But the idea behind the augmentation plan is it basically means that you get to pump your well outside of the priority system. So even though you have a really low priority, you can still use your well, because under this augmentation plan, you're replacing the water that you're pumping to the river. So the river is not going to be harmed. So as you might imagine,
my story was about.
So you have to use.
Sorry,
yeah,
I didn't let
well,
them
yeah.
pump my wells.
So but you can't replace that water with something that's not a senior priority. So you have to have a fully consumable water right to replace that well depletion. So, and it has to be in the same time, location, and amount. So when a well pumps, we call it creating this cone of compression when this well is pumping. And that cone of compression is going towards the river down there. And so we have engineers that tell us how fast that's moving, how much, is getting there. And they're going to say, okay, so you pump this well here in January. By the way, you need to replace water June through October to the river, the same time, place, and amount that water would have gone otherwise. And they have to have a separate, fully consumable source of water to do that.
and that's the engineering side, and Brett and I in our firm, we rely heavily on water engineers, water resource engineers, to do those types of calculations and come up with all of this information that we then present to the court. But in order to have an augmentation plan, you still have to get a decree. So there's also the litigation side of going through water court to get an augmentation plan, because you have to have a decree that says, here are all the things you have to do, here are your sources to replace this water that you're pumping, all of that. So it's very complex on both the technical side and the water adjudication or water right adjudication side. Are you sorry you asked? Did that answer your question generally?
Yeah, we have a property in Fort Howell, a couple of wells, that's part of the cash for the water use system. And, so we're part of their plan, but I hadn't quite pieced together.
Sure.
That's a unique plan. So for a lot of these, and when we talk about fully consumable water, that goes to what Whitney was talking about. So the Trans Basin
diversions are fully consumable water because you can use them to extinction, you don't owe anything back to the river. But the other water rights that are diverting from the Cache La Poudre River, you have to put your return flows back. You can't use those to extinction. And the only way you could do that is to take it through a change case and have that water right quantified. We'll get into that. The Cache La Poudre plan is unique. It was one of the earliest OG plans in northern Colorado. And what we call that is an alternate point of diversion plan.
Oh.
But it is, it's an OG plan. But the attorneys who did that one, they said, hey, the Poudre Basin's one big bowl. All right, and you've got all these wells poking through this bowl, but you also have all these direct flow rights that go through this bowl. And at the end of the bowl, it goes to South Platte River in one spot, down in Greeley, right? So we should be able to divert these wells, and we can use all of our direct flow rights to offset those depletions in that bowl. And so long as, and you'll be talking with the state engineer administration, we're giving them the same amount of water back at the river that we always did. It's just timed up a little different.
That's a unique one. Oh, no, more questions, yeah. For me, go ahead, Carol.
Augmentation plan came up for us when we were doing a stormwater water quality plan because of evaporation, which seemed crazy because this pond was twice the size of this room and we were gonna grow some cattails in it. But we still have to do a
Kingfisher Pond.
We're trying to do, this is off the CSU property. We were just trying to.
Gotcha.
Down by Spring Creek. Trying to clean up the water before we put it back in the creek, and what do you think we have to put a water for? It seemed like insanity for the tiny amount of water that would come off this little bitty water quality pond, but apparently.
Right. And
No amount of water. All
Right.
that water loss.
That's what somebody told me.
It's not an argument.
There was a case that our predecessor, Bill Brown, did. It's called the Three Bells case. And what it said was, we have all these gravel pits that are being dug along up and down the Poudre, okay? And when they dig them, at a certain level, you're gonna get into groundwater, right? It's flowing back to the river. That groundwater is coming up and being stored, and it's evaporating. And the engineers that analyzed that saw that was a shocking amount of water lost. So that's kind of the source of these ponds are interrupting groundwater, that type of thing. If you're exposing groundwater and it's coming up, it's evaporating, and they say, hey, the state says you need to augment that. You need to replace those
And actually, it was a
evaporations.
blind pond, it was stormwater, but apparently enough was.
That has to be released. If it's not being released fast enough, same idea. But yeah, you can line ponds and do that. And we're looking at a reservoir reclamation going on near Windsor right now, and the engineers are looking at that. And they kind of know the level of where the groundwater is at 4820, and their dam's like 4830. And they're wondering, is that data from 1940 still accurate? Before they start digging, because right now they don't have to augment that. It's just a storage vessel. But if they go and they interrupt groundwater, all of a sudden now we're into it. We've got to find some fully consumable source of expensive water to augment that. So that's a new phase in the detention ponds and retention ponds and all that.
And de minimis seems like it's
Right, but
kicking it some point.
right, what, is it a puddle? What are we?
But a whole
you know,
bunch of
where's
them
that?
make a big difference.
So, like, yeah, kind of like, you may get to this later, but I'm interested in knowing who monitors that, who's, kind of like code enforcement of this.
Those are the next speakers.
That'll be here.
From Michael Ryan, Mark Simpson, and Gene Lee, you're gonna hear this state. Close that, sorry.
And you have to have a plan for how do you do that, other than find someone's water?
You have to find some other water.
You spend money. Yeah.
So for instance, CSU has Arthur ditch water rights and other water rights running out through some of the south side ditches. And so they can go change that water right, have that quantified, and instead of using that Arthur ditch right to irrigate, their fields, they can run that through the pond. Yeah.
Question on wells, if you have 35 acres west of town and you want to apply to the state to get a well, I don't know that those require augmentation plans or not.
We could, if you, sure, so those are exempt wells, I think is what you're talking about. So they're in the 1969 Act, we're still there, aren't we? Yeah, okay, so there was, they're called, so there's a section in the statute that talks about specific types of wells that are exempt from all of those rules in the 69 Act. There are still rules, though, that apply to these exempt wells, but if you have a parcel that's 35 acres or more, and you're only gonna use the water for, I mean, it's a small, relatively small amount of water, even if there are some outdoor uses for, you know, say you have some horses or something like that. Watering a garden and then indoor uses as well to keep your house running, all of that. Then you don't have to have an augmentation plan. You have to meet those very specific criteria, and boy, are they specific when it comes to getting a permit for that.
And one more
Right.
comment on the 1969, I live just south of Home Depot. And so a CSU professor bought his half-acre lot in 1969 and applied for a well. And the lot, he's got his water for free, basically. He needs to pay for electricity. And so now his wife and daughters live there, but he can water his lawn as long as he keeps the well going. And it's only like 20 feet deep or 30 feet deep, and it's just down the road. And so he has free irrigation water, so to speak,
Nice example.
because he knew the
Right.
rules.
Right, he's like, hey,
And he's got until the drought comes.
right,
Winter is starting to, if you've got a 10-foot well, it's drying in.
right.
Is that right?
If you've got a 20-foot well, you're.
Wow.
And a lot of those older wells, right, from the 60s are gonna be fairly superficial, right? They're gonna rely on the alluvium and really, so, I mean, yes, it's a matter of time before that's, you know, not gonna work. But I mean, it also depends on how much irrigation is in the area and that sort of thing, so you might still be okay if the water table is still being.
From other.
Right, that's right, you're still benefiting from that. Right, right.
Dick
You guys have a benefit. Okay, well, I don't think I have, you know what, that's a great time for me to transition.
Sure, we should have changed the.
Yeah, and I think, so the 60s, there's a case, if you'll go to the next slide really quickly, there's a case in the 60s that basically recognized, okay. So we have all these really great irrigation water rights for agricultural uses. We have all of these other uses coming online, municipal, environmental, industrial uses that we need water for too. So the question at this point was, okay, how are we gonna fit all this into the prior appropriation system? How are we gonna deal with priorities of these irrigation rights? And that's where Brett comes in.
All right, and if you, let's cruise through, that's easy, that's worse too. Next, you know, changing needs, I'd like to sort of get to the water court, but let's stick here for a little bit. So, by the way, on the augmentation thing, Dick Stenzel, who I showed you the photo earlier, had a unique idea. So for augmentation plans, you spend a lot of money, engineering wise and water wise, to get these to work. You know, a person that owns an ag property out there really can't take his well and get it into an aug plan these days. But Dick Stenzel said, you know, that Kona depression that I was discussing as it's going to the river? He said, you know, we go to all this work to make sure we're replacing time, location, and amount. He goes, one good storm event wipes that cone out. Right. So again, it all depends on what we're getting in times of drought or precipitation on how that's going. So transitioning from all these ag rights, you know, Front Range is just developing lickety split. How are they going to keep up? Well, in order to be able to change these ag rights that are out there, so Fort Collins and these municipalities are acquiring all this water, they have to change them for their usage. Go ahead and I'll go into a specific example. We touched on the water court divisions, the 7 water courts, the 7 water court divisions. Whitney touched on that, and in each river basin of Colorado, and of course we're in Division 1 Greeley, and our police, our people, our state engineer that we work with are coming right after us. So Michael Heim and Mark Simpson's our river commissioner, and Gene does the Big Thompson. They're coming in and talk to you about that administration. So let's go one more. So because we're short on time, let's go to a quick example. Thornton decides that the Hooter Basin has wonderful, cheap, high quality water. So they come up in 1986 and they use all these different names
And they're trying to corner and control a massive ditch company. So they're buying land too. They're the biggest farmers in Weld County for a long time, all right? They're buying land and water and nice people. Brian Boss, they great farm manager. There's nothing wrong with the people at Thornton. They're great to work with and we've been close to them on board anyway. So anyway, they go. And they almost get a majority of water supply and storage company. Why do they want a water supply and storage company? Well, as we told you earlier, there's a portion of water supply and storage company that is native basin water, that you have to return those flows back, one use, right? But remember, they're taking water from the Colorado River and the Laramie River. And that water, that trans-basin water, doesn't need to be replaced. No return flows on that. So there is a portion of water supply and storage water that can be used to extinction without even changing. All right, so Thornton knows this. They've done their studies, they come up, they buy it, they try to corner it. Fort Collins and Water Supply and Storage Board gets together and says, whoa, you're not gonna do this. Tell you what, Fort Collins, we're gonna issue you a bunch of shares. You'll give us these water rights over here, and then we'll still control the board. Big lawsuit later, Thornton says, you can't do that. Fort Collins and West say, yes, we can. And so what's happened after all of this time is that there's some rules in place with water supply and storage, but you can only have 4 Thornton board members and 5 local members on the WISC board. And that's gone to this day. So let's not get into, Thornton, how they're physically going to try to get that water down there. But after all this time, now they're ready to try to take their water. But they had to go through a massive court case to get there. They had to file an application, and in that application, they had to have the engineers quantify the water right, because you can't just use the entire water right that was diverted for ag. There were return flows that came. The crops only used so much, say out of 100 acre feet, 60 acre feet. The other 40 acre feet ran back to the river, either surface water return flows or groundwater return flows. They still have to make those return flows. So they only get to come and drink maybe that 60%, right? So they still have to have all these structures up here to return those water rights to the Cooter River. And then they get to take that 60% or that 60 acre foot down, for an example. Anyway, they have to file a court application and they have to say, we want to change these water rights to municipal and industrial use. We want to change them for augmentation uses, okay? And we want to store them in these reservoirs here. So we're changing the type of use, the place of use, storage, exchange, so they can move the water around and store it wherever they want to get it back down to their citizens of Thornton. That's a big application process that they file. When they file that application, it goes into a monthly resume. And you see all the change applications come in there. And then all the rest of us in our municipalities, wherever we work for, are looking at that resume every month saying, that could impact Reed, Fort Collins, or Loveland. And you can file something called a statement of opposition to protect your client's water rights. Say, if you don't get those return flows in the right spot, our head gate might be shorted. So you file these statements of opposition, okay? And this is in water court in Division 1. It goes to a water referee. Our water referee is Referee Count, okay? And he acts like a judge. And it sits in front of that water referee for a maximum of 18 months. Okay, and what you're trying to do there is negotiate. So the applicants have their engineers, the opposers have their engineers, and our engineers say your engineers didn't get it right. We don't like your data. We think you should return more. We think you're claiming too much. We don't think the irrigation practices are that. And you're negotiating this decree is what you're trying to get to, with terms and conditions that allow Thornton to take the water and do what they want. And the rest of us are saying that you need to leave the water here, you need to leave more water here, your return flows aren't enough here. And you get these terms and conditions and these decrees that used to be 5 pages are now 50 pages. And that's what we're working towards is a stipulated decree. If you can't get there through the water referee process, at the end of that 18 months, it's referred to the water judge. It used to be Hartman, it's Taylor and Lyons now. And now you're on more of a litigation track. So you have disclosures. And it speeds up the process. You're probably about a 3-year process now. When I started, I had a 2003 application that got finished up in 2014.
That's how long it used to take to get these things done. So it's sped up quite a bit, which is good. And that's what you're working for. You're working towards a decree that protects other water rights from injury and allows people like Thornton to do what they want to do. And I didn't get through the rest of it, but I'm available for questions.
No, that was a great example. We were talking about Thornton earlier.
Yeah,
So that was-
yeah.
That was wonderful. Question.
Yeah.
Is the 3 years for water court typically after the 18 months of the referee?
That's total. That's total. But so, for instance, we just set a trial in one of our cases that I filed this year, and it's a 2024 trial date. You know, to get there, and so it depends on the judge's docket. They're trying to get those out and get those processed.
There was a huge shakeup about because of the length and expense of these cases. And Justice Paz was on the Supreme Court at that time, to the water guy. And he said, we gotta do this better, so that helped.
Yeah, we'll just shift through the slides just quick. So if you have this, you want to look back, go ahead, Ben, a few more, couple more. Those are the big, oh, sorry, go back one. Those are the big cases, right? Go one more. Let me tell you this real quick. Sorry. This is kind of, if you see this in your slide presentation, this is the big systems that run through. All right, so these are the big four that we're talking about. North Poudre Water Supply and Storage, Larimer and Weld, Greeley #2. These companies a lot of times have two names. The reason being is like you had the speculators that were digging the ditches and doing everything, and they ran out of money, and then somebody would buy them out. Right, so there's a couple names. New Cash has been changed. Water Supply and Storage has been changed, but the other big two, North Poudre has never been changed, and Larimer and Weld has never been changed. Those boards are resisting that. North Poudre also has sort of a translation use diversion that you can still use some other things, fully consumable water, but Larimer and Weld doesn't. So I wanted, that map is helpful, and then, sorry, two more. Again, this, if you look at this, is what I was talking about on what you were able, use for irrigation in the next slide. This is kind of the quantification thing that we didn't get into today. Next one, sorry, on what they get to take in a change of use scenario. So sorry.
No, that's great. It's, as you can see, it's complicated. I did want to make one note, and that is Colorado is the only state with the fire appropriation doctrine that uses its courts to adjudicate water rights. All the other states use a permit system. So if you're in Wyoming, you go to the state engineer and get a permit. And when you're talking about these general adjudications, they have a state board that they do that. So it's a unique, very unique Colorado. Any questions for Brent?
How much money are we talking about in terms of legal fees that people spend on either side
That's fair. I can give you, if we get into a big water court case for a municipality, and you have augmentation plans in there, change of water rights in there, exchanges, storage, all of these things, like a big case, right? Big supply for the municipality. Sometimes we'll give estimates of attorney's fees up to 175,000, 200 if you have to go clear through court, and the engineering fees are going to be significantly more than that. On a small case, for instance, we just filed for Brighton on some due diligence cases that came through, 3 of those. I mean, you're going to be under $2,000 getting that through court. I don't need engineering. We don't have a lot of opposition. So the big cases cost, but other than that, an augmentation plan is a different story, and that's going to be more costly.
But statewide in a year?
Couldn't tell you. I can't.
Actually, there's a report out there that talks about transaction costs for water rights.
Just curious.
I have to look it up, but
I think the cities have they're taking that into account into their cash and lieu numbers. Yeah.
Level of ready mix, Steve Fancher, figure out how much it costs to augment a 20-acre pond or.
That's interesting, yeah.
And with the water rights, everything's $1 million.
Wow.
Or you fill it in.
Right.
Either way, it's $1 million just for one little pond.
yeah, and these decrees that we're talking about, 90 pages. Used to be that one short chart, which was complicated enough, and now it's not there.
Yeah.
Let's thank our speakers. Thank you. Take a break and come back at 10:50. 15 minutes.
And then.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
So it becomes literally now, really, water. Kind of in all the layers.
Sorry, I was late. That's fun. I see very much water. So it's really the second one this year to get that. Usually. Yes, well, in fact, you look over the conference. Today.
Without a thought.
Yeah, to make sure. Now we gotta.
You were born there,
Yeah.
then you went away to the world and go back and you're looking at houses around this, where there's, their kids. So you were only in California, maybe, so you were.
Presentation or with division?
With the division.
Seven.
Wow.
Since 07. About 6 years.
How did that connection?
You stayed in. That guy there.
So, yeah, do you recognize something next to them?
I struggled down still.
Small world.
So the presentation is just gonna be all the things you wish you had said to you back then.
It only.
Yeah. You need water? Alright, still missing Jerry and Ryan. But Claire, this is the group that's gonna answer your. Oh, good. The state engineer's office, you know, you saw the picture of the different basins, the 7 basins. So for each basin, there's a division engineer, and then there's a water department. We have today a representative of the division engineer, Mike Pine, is that right? Did I say that right? Who is an assistant division engineer. And he's a engineer by trade. And with him are who lawyers call water cops, but we try not to say that. So these are, you ask who polices, who makes sure you're doing what you're supposed to do. It's these 2 gentlemen and ladies. And they're the ones who have some of the hard concessions with water users who are using more than they should. So they're going to kind of give you a sense of what it's like to administer water. And I'm sorry, I should introduce Gene Lever, who's the Thompson River Commissioner, and Mark Simpson, who is the Tudor River Commissioner. Over to you.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that introduction. I'm Michael Hine. I'm one of the assistant division engineers for the Division 1 office in Greeley. And I'm going to go through and give you a brief introduction into our office, kind of what we do. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mark and Gene, and they're going to go into more of what happens on the ground. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Maybe you've seen that, sounds like you might have, but anyway, we are the Division of Water Resources. We are. Okay. We are part of the Department of Natural Resources. There are eight divisions. We are one of them. So the position of the Water Commissioner was created in 1879. And then in 1881, the state hydraulic engineer was created. And as part of the 1969 Act, where they created the divisions, they moved the state hydraulic engineer to the Department of Natural Resources and retitled it as the state engineer. And that happened in 1969. The state engineer is also the director of the Division of Water Resources, and that position is an appointment by the governor. And we have about 260 employees. Next, please.
Here's a quick snapshot of the mission of the Division of Water Resources, taken right off the website. I'll just breeze through these real quickly. Provide competent and dependable distribution of water in accordance with statutes, decrees, and interstate compacts. It's probably our main charge. Ensure public safety through safe dams, properly permitted and construction water wells. Maintain and provide accurate and timely information concerning water. Promote stewardship. Serve the public through generation of creative solutions, hopefully, if we can. Help the public understand complex water issues, what these folks do. Promote stability in the use of the state's limited water resources. We'll go into why it's limited, but that's one of the big things. And then try to incorporate modern technology to its greatest advantage. I mentioned kind of briefly what our mission is, breaking it down into our responsibilities. Water administration is probably number one. Surface water and groundwater both. We do participate in water court litigation. We are administering interstate compacts and decrees with our neighbors. We have a hydrographic program. They're responsible for ensuring the measurement of surface flows are accurate. We have a well metering program. They look at groundwater to make sure that metering is accurate. Public safety, mentioned it, dams and wells. Well permitting for Division 1, which is the South Platte Basin, that's mostly done in Denver at the state engineer's office. And then public data and information. Apparently you've seen this, just real quickly. Division 1, South Platte Basin. As part of the '69 Act, it dictated to where the division office would be located, and the Division 1 Water Court are both located in Greeley. State Engineer's Office is in Denver, and then the surrounding other 6 divisions. Here's a blow-up of Division 1. District 3, well, these kind of were all created as part of the original, before the divisions were created, there were districts. We've maintained the district numbering just for consistency. It helps us as well as, you know, the creation of the districts associated with the water commissioner creation. As I said, in the late 1800s or the '69 Act. Anyway, in '69, they created Division 1. Like I said, Greeley is where our office is located. We also have an office in Sterling, a satellite office. The division office is located in Denver. We have, as part of our administration, we have compacts, the South Platte Compact so that's the South Platte River. We have certain requirements that we need to maintain for that. During irrigation season, it has to be about 120 CFS. We have the Republican River Compact. That's districts 49 and 65. To our neighbor to the north, we have the Laramie River Agreement and the Sand Creek Agreement. That's District 48 is Laramie River and 76 is Sand Creek. So those flow out of the state. Next, please.
So all those little numbers, those little districts trees, this is the '69 bill.
Correct.
Use those as an easy way to break it into 7.
Right. We have individual basins within our larger sub-basins within our larger basin. That's how we delineated the water commissioner responsibilities initially, and then when the '69 Act came along, we just continued to maintain those. There has been some modification to the basins, as you see the numbers kind of follow logically 3 through 9, and then they start jumping in kind of a hodgepodge. Just real quickly, I can add that, for instance, when the compact was entered, they had to create District 64, which is the limit for the South Platte Compact. That's the Washington County line where the South Platte River crosses that location. And that's exclusive to the compact. So only the compact affects District 64.
Has there been any discussion to delineate the Division 1, given the population that kind of falls into this?
No, it's been mostly just the hydrology in the basin, how it's created. So the Poudre River Basin has been delineated and kind of maintained that. So to answer your question, there's been no discussion to reorganize the basin.
Not like a political redistricting or something like that. So number 1 seems like the juggernaut. if you compare it with the other 6,
Yeah, it's a very large basin in geographic size,
and the population.
And and the population has a fair amount. District 2 is also very highly populated. That's essentially the Highway 85 corridor from Denver to Kersey. Any other questions? Those are great questions. Moving on. Some quick P terms. You probably heard of these: CFS, cubic foot per second of water passing a fixed point. 1 acre foot, cover, 1 acre covers 1 foot of depth. It's about what a suburban family uses, about a half an acre foot per year. If you do 1 CFS per day, it approximately comes out to about 2 acre feet. And then a flume or a weir is, some special device that's used to measure flow. It's a rated section. So I mentioned quickly the hydrology. Here's a little snapshot of kind of how we allocate our flows. This is over a period of time. These are average numbers. The native flow is estimated to be about 1.4 million acre feet annually. We have about 400,000 acre feet of trans basin diversions. That's water coming over from other basins. The other basins, namely Division 5 and Division 6. Mark will probably go into a little more about that. They're mostly in his district. And then we have about 4 million acre feet annually of water use. Those numbers don't add up, right?
Because they get used more than once.
That and we'll get into a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly where you're
Okay.
kind of setting the stage.
I did the math and I'm back here.
Where's that other water coming from? So here's where that kind of number is generated from. This is kind of our stream flow map that we put out. We used to do it quite regularly. We've been not as frequent in putting these out, but it's a good depiction for this discussion. It shows these numbers here that you see. Hopefully, maybe you can see our stream gauge annual total acre foot volumes. As you see, the volumes go up whenever a tributary comes in. That widens, just for representation, it widens that line a little bit. And then the use as it's diverted from the stream shrinks that line. So you can see just from the graphic how this gets larger and then smaller. So just to depict kind of how the water is getting used and where it's getting taken out of the system. And you can see here about 4.5 million acre feet go out of the Colorado. Yes.
Are you gonna share this? Are you gonna share your slides? Because I have a version of this map I used when I saw it, and it's about 20 years old. I love that.
Yes, these will be on the website, yep, by the end of the week.
And the ones going out west, the arrows that are getting bigger, is just because massive confluence happening, and that's why the water gets.
Yeah, this outflow is for the Colorado River, which is one of the larger exporters out of the state. We export, and then 2011, there was about 340,000 acre feet out of the state. 380,000, sorry, I had the wrong number. Next, please. Here's those trans basin diversions. Excellent. This is just a quick snapshot between 1980 and 2005, what the breakdown of the water usage was. I like to show this for a couple reasons. One, obviously irrigation went from 80 to about 62 based on this 2005 CDSS, Colorado Decision Support System analysis. But also you see the municipal bumped up, and then we have the creation of 2 other uses, augmentation and recharge. Maybe you've heard about augmentation plans and things of that nature. Started seeing the introduction of this, obviously, not so much in 1980, but very much so in 2005.
Is there a current version being worked on for this?
Yeah, we update this annually. So yeah, we should probably get
But is it much different 2022 or 2020 from the 2005 pie chart there?
It's probably going to be a little bit different relative to these 2 numbers primarily. Yes.
Is the industrial percentage, which is like, a couple of percentage points less, because industry has become more efficient with water, or because I don't think we've lost a lot of industry?
No, it's probably been maybe coded a little bit differently over the years, and it got a little better. That's kind of where we see these little small incremental changes in the coding or the numbers, because these numbers come for our diversion records. So as we move through time, we get better with our records, so we can better identify what that use is. That's probably what those little small differential numbers are. That's why we look at the larger differences to kind of get a larger view of the use. No, good points. Thank you. And here's the technical update to the water plan. This is for the South Platte River Basin. Probably may have seen this or will see it, I guess. This we have about in 2015, they did the update, have about 3.8 million in the population for the basin. Expected growth is somewhere between 5.4 to 6.5 million, and this is highly dependent upon planning scenarios. I just wanted to point out, kind of in line with the slide I had previously about, okay, where's some of this water possibly going that's moving from these other uses, irrigation namely. And we see that there's a projection of about 170,000 acre foot decrease in irrigated land to meet the municipal and industrial gap. Next, please. Oh, and there's an update coming in 2023. I mentioned the Water Commission was established in 1879. They used to run around with badges. And I've heard stories about guns too. Not today. Not today. Next slide. Prior appropriation doctrine means, as I'm sure you've heard, those that put it to first use are entitled to get their water first in periods of shortage. You know, priority is really the date when the water was first put to beneficial use and when it went to court and got it approved. Okay? And it's different than the record. So kind of building on this idea of hydrology, we're generally average precipitation in Colorado is about less than 16 inches per year. So
where in Colorado?
Statewide. So definition of our call, I'm going to use some terms here probably coming up, so I thought I'd throw this slide in really quick. I want to spend a little bit of time because there's a lot of questions we get about what is free river stuff like that. So free river means when the supply in the river exceeds the demand. So every morning our commissioners are looking at what is the supply in the river and how many people out there that have decreed water rights want to use. And if there's more water out there, then there's people calling for that water. We'll go to what's called, it's not a defined term in statute or anything, it's just a term we use, free river, which means there's more supply than there's demand. However, if there is more demand than supply, then we need to go to what's called a call. And like I said, we're getting calls every day with people that have a need for a beneficial need for the water. And then the commissioners try to align that supply with the demand and find the sweet spot, if you will, of who they can let in, the very most junior right they can let in. And then at that point, they'll say, okay, you can take water, maybe not everything you've asked for, but some portion of your demand you can take. And then everybody that's junior or has later dates of appropriation and adjudication are out of priority. They have to shut off. Everybody that's senior or has earlier dates than that date of call, they get to continue to keep the river. And we don't want them to be changing. We want them to stay put. So for that day. Yes.
Question, is there a minimum stream flow? So for Gene and the Big Thompson, can it be completely dried up, or is there a minimum that has to be left in the river? And how do you look at that?
So it's a very good question. As administrators, we need to make sure water is being beneficially used to its fullest extent, which means that in order to place a call, you need to be able to what we call is dry the river. So effectively, if you're calling people out above you, because there could be junior water rights above you, you're going to have them curtail, or we're going to force them to curtail to ensure that they are not, that we're maximizing the beneficial use. The structure that is calling for that water needs to sweep the river, take everything in front of it.
So we heard that term a lot, the beneficial use, and it seems to me that it's a very open and liberal definition of what's beneficial. Can you give us an example of a non-beneficial use, where the water courts and other commissioners and such could say, well, that's non-beneficial? Because it's in the eye of the beholder, right? It's still beneficial to me, so can you get some clarity on what that even means?
So there are defined beneficial uses which have essentially some reference to in statute or have been identified as a beneficial use, which there is an end use that has, that's, you know, having some, I hate to use the word benefit, I'm trying to find a different term, but I'll just say that for now and then go further and try to maybe help clarify. So beneficial irrigation, municipal, those have all been pretty clearly defined as beneficial uses. Now, things that are not beneficial uses, but maybe an operation of use are storage. So when you store water, that's not the actual beneficial use of the water. That is an operation by which you later intend to make beneficial use of that water for some use, irrigation, industrial. So it goes into quite the gamut. Now, specifically, in-stream flow is a beneficial use. Like I said, irrigation, some things that we have questions about, but they're usually in the operation end of things like gray water use. You know, we've had folks try to say, we want to water right for gray water use. Well, that's really, you know, that's the gray water that comes out of a water treatment facility. They want to reuse it for irrigation purposes. Well, that's really not what you're doing. Gray water is not the use. The actual use is irrigation. So that's probably where we see the differential mostly. That help?
So more importantly, when you go to court and you get a decree, you have to identify your beneficial uses. So really the determination of beneficial use comes in with the water court judge, right? Or possibly even the state as an entity will determine. Mostly I, as a river commissioner, I'm not making that determination. I'm looking at the decree. If the water court judge in the decree said that was a beneficial use,
You go with it.
I absolutely, this is not kind of as though Mark and I are sort of arbitrarily deciding you're beneficial and you're not. But we are constrained by what the courts have looked at and decided. And so it's mostly not really our call. You know, this was done at
New Mexico, having spent some time down there, they're smaller and admittedly less sophisticated, but their standard line was, you know, it's all go except you can't waste the water. How often is this updated and how is it communicated to people that may be cut off today, but may be eligible tomorrow?
So each day, you know, we usually try to do this once in the morning at 8 a.m. because that's typically has been the operation for, and it's usually before then, right? The irrigators need to know as soon as we can get the information assimilated and then figure out what the call is. But usually we try to do it at least at 8 a.m. But if there's storm events or things on the system that change, and it kind of gets to my discussion here with what's considered, you know, we're getting pushed to do more real-time administration. It's not that we can just we set the river and walk away at 8 a.m. We're constantly engaged, and we're finding we may be making calls at noon and at 4 p.m. So there are times when we've sent out multiple calls in the day.
So I wanna know if Gene ever gets any rest, because do they have a time limit, like they have to make their call to her like by 8 p.m.? Or do you get called, is there a cutoff, and then you have to get up at like 5:30 and start?
Yeah, first of all, yes, during the summertime, every river commissioner is probably sitting at their desk between 5 and 5:30 in the morning. You know, each basin is operationally different. Mark is probably much more kind of how it goes with most basins. The Big Thompson is actually, because we're much more of a regulated river, if you want water tomorrow, you better have told me by about 2 o'clock the day before. But that's kind of unique to the Big Thompson. I think on the Poudre, it's probably a later time. But sure, you can't just act like, you know, like everybody else, like you need some consideration here. Like, fine, you want the water, but you know what, you're gonna have to wait another 24 hours so that not everybody else gets messed up by the fact that you want to jump in at the last second.
But people call you up, it's actually like a phone call, or is that?
Yeah, it's a phone call, it's text, and again, from my point of view, because, but we know it. If we know somebody's going into priority or out of priority, who maybe is, one of these guys far away, we text them, like, you gotta turn off tomorrow morning, or you're in priority tomorrow morning. And so they can,
And then there's like 75 or 80 people on your list that get the emails to let everybody know
Yeah.
what the call is.
yeah, I mean, I have like 102 on mine, it's not probably with more on this call change list. Okay.
Would you characterize the cheaters as being less than 5%? I mean, does everybody play along with all of this, wait to get caught, or there's methods you can get people almost real time who are trying to skirt around the system? Do most people play along and follow the rules?
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
high 90s%?
Yes, because the majority of our users are, the ditch companies, the municipalities, the big entities that.
Sophisticated
Yeah, and
operators.
well, no, not necessarily sophisticated. They know it is to their benefits. The more senior your water rights, the more it is to your benefit to play along, to go with the law, right?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
so it's a statute.
Right, so the people who try to circumvent it are, of course, the folks who are more junior, who typically will have smaller appropriation levels anyway.
And the punishment's severe enough to
Oh,
cut them off.
Yeah, yeah, sure, we just.
Yeah, we write tickets all day
We
long.
got it, we dunk him in the water and all that. Yeah, exactly, yeah. We wish, but no.
It's being recorded.
You just like that message.
Those are great questions, and before I move on.
I just have one. Do you work with entities that have more senior water rights? And I realize this is a slippery slope question of how they can have beneficial use to those with more junior rights. I live in a neighborhood that was an apple orchard, water rights from the 1800s. Now I have a 3-acre lawn that I get to water with those senior water rights, and honestly, it feels wasteful. But we're told, use it or lose it, and you've got the senior water rights. And so our water association struggles with that very concept. So is that where the attorneys come in and you get to find how you share that benefit, or is that where does the water division help us with that kind of stuff?
We have some litigation participation in our court. We have a very, our role is to make sure that it's administrable and that the maintenance of return flows are being adhered to, which is exactly to your point, which is when you change a water right, I'm sure you heard this earlier, but when we change that water right, there are certain terms and conditions to maintain this, to make sure there's no injury to those downstream users when you're using it for now irrigation. So that's our role.
Okay.
Our role is to make sure those the maintenance of return flows are adhered to in the decree terms as well, that those are getting replaced. So that when that water is getting used for its new use, that senior right should not see an impact on the stream. Yes. So over appropriated, that is what the South Platte Basin is by very much so. We generally have way more demand during the irrigation season than we have supply for it. I'll kind of move through here. This is kind of the evolution of the water right appropriations in the basin. They started up in the tributary basins up here, and then they progressed as they went downstream. And the reason for that, somebody made mention of where's all this water coming from? That's that an unequal calculation that we all did at the beginning of the presentation, where there was way more water being used than water coming in the system. Well, what's happening is there are these return flow creations. So when you put water on the field for irrigation use, a portion of that water is consumed by the crop, and then a portion of that water makes its way back to the stream. And it goes back at a slower rate. So what that does is that may take an ephemeral stream where it only flows periodically through the system, through the season, and may make it a more dependable flow where folks can now come in and have done in subsequent years to appropriate water, because there was water there in the stream because of the return flows that created a more dependable source. So a couple trends, stream restoration projects are still very much going on in our basin, especially due to the 2013 floods. You still see some, and Gene sees mostly of those. Starting to see some new types of administration of plans for augmentation for stream flow and also for reservoir releases for wildlife and fish mitigation. Those are mostly in Mark's area. Fracking operations for oil and gas, we still administer those deliveries and diversions from our system. The fracking companies use the natural stream just like anybody can to move their water, and we administer the movement of that water. Yes, sir.
Is that a consumptive use? So do you need CBT for fracking because it doesn't go back to the stream?
There are some sources of CBT, and there are also other sources of changed water rights that can be used for industrial purposes. And then the use of technology. We kind of touched on that with Gene's discussion about, and I just wanted to add, and I figured it's a good time to wait and then present it here. But one of the things too that we try to do is make our information available to everybody, so everybody knows what everybody else is doing. So we're watching, policing to make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, but also everybody else is too. So their information is out there. So if they're taking water they shouldn't be, somebody else is going to know that as well as us. But that's one of the benefits of the telemetry. Obviously, the other benefit is for our administration, because we have a lot of sites that are geographically spread out, and we want to know at a moment's notice, really every 15 minutes, what everybody's doing.
Is it like an electronic dashboard everyone can log into this part of the system, not to the public, but people who are.
No, it's to the public.
Is it to the public?
Excellent. Yeah. So here is that system. Great system. So this is the decision support system dashboard. This is where you can go at our website, bwr.state.co.us/tools. And here is all of our outfacing programs and information that we make available to the public. And part of that is this stations. I don't know if you can see it, but that's what I'm going to talk about next. So our telemetry data is on CDSS station site. So this information, we have about 643 sites, division-wide, currently on the site. And they're kind of sprinkled throughout the basin, primarily along the main stem and the tributaries. And down here, unfortunately, you can't see it. Hopefully you can see it if you look on the site. But down here is the report of the data. So each structure has a name, and then we report the flow rate and the time stamp for that rate. So every hour, we get an upload either through satellite or through cell phone towers. We get information from what's called a SDR, stage discharge recording device, that's monitoring the flow in the flume or the measuring device, whichever it is. It records that data every 15 minutes, actually more than that, but every 15 minutes, it takes that reading with a conglomerate of 4 other readings, because we can only send them every hour. So there are 4 readings sent every hour. Try to get that right. That gets uploaded onto our site, and then people can go in and see, okay, at 9 a.m. this ditch was taken this way. And we're always updating this, because this is imperative to our administration to be fair, equitable, and try to work in a real-time environment. Next slide. Future considerations, just quickly, always like to bring this up. We see obviously the increase of augmentation plans over the years. From 2002 to 2019, we had about 900 new cases filed in Division 1. And of those, the 900 are augmentation plans, which have very strict terms and conditions by which require us to ensure that those plans are adhering to the terms. That's our responsibility. One of our many responsibilities is to make sure that these return flow obligations or the diversions or whatever's going on that's explicitly outlined in the decree they're following. And then there's accounting that comes from that. So everybody has to submit monthly accounting of what they did to our office for our creation of diversion records. And they are getting complex every morning. I'm gonna skip over this and just turn it right over to them and they can explain what they do. So that's it for me. Thanks.
I think you forward to Mark's.
Yeah.
I think I'm right.
Yeah, you're next, yeah, you're gonna have to forward.
I'll skip.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, well, hello, I'm Mark. Lucky guy to take care of the Buda River. You guys probably know it goes from Cameron Pass to about Highway 85. That's my area, and then Wyoming down to probably Trilby, huh?
Yes.
I guess it's probably Trilby.
Yeah.
So that's my area that I cover. And today we're just gonna talk about the water, where it comes to what types of water we have and the uses and the administration. So we have three main sources: native river water, CBT, and other trans mountain supplies. Native water makes up about 65% of it. You can see that's the biggest portion. And then CBT is rough. It's everything's roughly, because every year everything's different. It changes something. So yeah, 65% of the polluter is native flow, which is just precipitation, snowfall, rainfall. The polluter starts up in Rocky Mountain National Park, Milner Pass, right there on Polluter Lake and on Continental Divide. And the flows vary greatly from year to year. We've been pretty good lately, but we can have some really dry years. And just the annual volume is highly variable. This is an example. We get about 300,000 acre feet a year on average, but you can see how much the variability is. This is the job security for Gene and I right here. And again, the daily volume can even vary. In the springtime, when we have a diurnal and it's melting, I can have like a 500 CFS swing in the river from morning to night. So it's just it's very variable. Gene's a little bit more managed by the Bureau and Northern, but I'm still, it's the Wild West sometimes. And the winter flows are really small compared to, runoff. So this is an average hydrograph. Things start happening in May, and then it slows down in July. But it all happens in about 2 months. We try to store as much water as we can to retime that. Okay. And then here's another example: 75% of the water shows up in 3 months' time. So because of that lack and shortage of water, and we retime it with reservoirs, that works out pretty well. They were built a long time ago, and we used the heck out of them this year. We really emptied a bunch of them. Some of them are designed to just fill up 1 year and empty that year. Others are designed to hold more, multiple years worth of water.
So is it you guys that make those decisions about which to empty and which not, or is it the companies that?
It's the company's decision on controlling the reservoir water.
With that slide, the massive, summer influx. I know we've been in sort of dry conditions the last 20 years, but water is still going into the reservoir and then being released, right? Even that.
Yeah, but this year, not all the reservoirs completely filled. I mean, we got some water in, but we weren't able to top everything off this year. We had a call on the system. We did. So typically, since I've been the lead water commissioner, at some point in the springtime, we've had a point where we have three river situation. It might not have lasted very long, but we've always had that. This year, it did not happen. So we've been on a call for a long time. So here's an example. This is just a year hydrograph, 3 years. 2002 was one of the driest years on record. You can see how bad that was when the river only got to like 700 CFS in the springtime. And then a wet year is 3,000 or more. 2013 flooded to 9,000. And that was all the way over here at the end of October. So yeah, or September, I'm sorry. So
Mark, a question. You're talking about water rights and calls. What's what water rights? How old are some of those that are making calls?
1861 is, I think, my oldest. Yeah. So the CBT project, CBT water, big component, a lot of water is received on the Cooter, a lot of the big ditch companies on a lot of units of the CBT project. So this is Lake Granby, over 500,000 acre feet of water. It's one of those reservoirs designed to hold multiple years worth of storage. They pump that water over to Shadow Mountain, and then it comes down to Thompson through tunnels and canals and over to the Horseshoe Reservoir, and that's where the Cooter gets the water. So, and that makes up about 25% of the water for the Cooter. It's all via Colorado River water. And it really just helps out, helps finish the crops for the big ditch companies. It helps the cities have supplies throughout the winter. And now with the Cameron fire, anytime we have a rain event on the burn scar up there, the river turns black, and the cities have been, they're totally dependent on Horseshoe. They can't use the river water for weeks at a time. So it's been great. It's really been great for Northern Colorado. Let's see here. So about I guess, I don't know, about 60% of the CBT project hits Horseshoe Reservoir, which is I think Carter's starting to catch up with that though, because it's starting to become the workhorse for them, I think, is what I've heard. But Horseshoe makes releases to the Cooter from April through October, but mostly in July, August, September.
Well, Chimney Hollow, how much of the CBT water will be then stored at Chimney Hollow?
Well, technically none, because that's Windy Gap water. So
Okay.
unless Northern does a shell game, that will be Windy Gap water.
Windy Gap is not considered CBT then?
No, it's a different type of water. Dean might touch into that a little bit.
Where does the Cooter River go, or where does the Horseshoe water go into the Cooter, like what stretch-ish?
Do you know where Ted's place is? Pretty close to there, right there at the mouth of the canyon.
Okay.
So the other trans basins, even though the CBT project is technically a trans basin water diversion, it's a little bit different because it's still a single use water, correct? And where the other trans basin diversions, they're fully consumable water, they can reuse it. So that's the cities really like the trans non-water. And so that's why this water is valuable and sought after by the cities. But these are just the Wilson Supply, Lerman Creek Tunnel. These are some of the other ditches that cross the district lines. So the Grand River Ditch, you may be familiar with that. It's 14 miles long up in Rocky Mountain National Park. It cuts across the Never Summer Mountains. It's quite a project, and it diverts large amount of water for us, goes into Long Draw Reservoir and then down to the Cooter River. And then the second largest one is the Laramie Cooter Tunnel. Mike mentioned this. We have an agreement with Wyoming. We can only divert 19,875 acre feet off of the Laramie River, and this is one of the diversions that's included in that. And it's a 2-mile long tunnel underneath Green Mountain. And those are the other transportation diversions. Michigan Ditch is owned by the city of Fort Collins up on Cameron Pass. And then Wilson Supply, Dead Man, Bog Creek, and Cameron are some of the other smaller ones. So my big agricultural users on the Cooter that I deal with every day to try to balance things out. And they're the ones that really determine the supply and demand of things. And it's North Cooter, Water Supply and Storage, Lerman Welding Cache, and then many smaller ditch companies.
So are you determining like the first day, what Larimer well will run every year? Or did they kind of pick that, or?
They kind of decide when they look at the conditions and kind of realize when they're going to be able to come in. So it's more of just waiting for the river usually. But as soon as the water's there, they'll take it. This is just a map to show those areas. And all the big ditch companies divert off and they go to the north of the river, and all the smaller ones divert and go to south off the river. But this is North Cooter up here, and then Water Supply and Storage, Lerman and Weld, and New Fish. And that's just some imagery to show all the irrigated lands in the district.
So if you're a farmer, do you participate or are part owner or something in one of the irrigation companies listed there typically, or is there any farmer that's not affiliated with one of those organized?
Well, it depends, there's guys that just rent water and they don't own stock in the company, but usually they own stock or in the company.
And it's wise to be affiliated with one of the more organized companies, right?
It was wise to get water rights a long time ago.
Well, to answer that, part of the argumentation.
I'm trying to understand the relationship in the actual farmer
Yeah.
and this company.
Yeah, and because of the Supreme Court ruling that happened about 15 years ago, kind of upset things on how we were doing things. And so these augmentation plans are really important. And these bigger districts are able to manage those augmentation plans, and the single farmers don't have much water.
Yeah, so, okay, so the water rights typically owned by the ditch company. And when that goes to court, okay, it establishes, most of the time, it establishes a service area for that ditch company. So if your farm is in that service area.
Like those colored on the.
Right, that's the ditch company that presumably you own shares of, or lease shares of, or something, so that you can have water delivered.
And Mark, how many augmentation plans do you have to monitor in your district?
There's a lot. But the augmentation plans, see, they bought senior water, they brought it to court, they changed it, and then now it's almost like their accounting defines what goes on there. We do keep track of it, and there's a couple that we have to pay more attention to than others. But overall, that water's been bought, it's valuable water, senior water, so it should be there. And then they just have to make sure it's doing the right thing and showing it on the accounting. So luckily, it's a lot of smaller amounts of water, but yeah, we do have to keep track of some of that, but it's not as much as trying to administer what this ditch rider is doing to the river today, you know.
So earlier, I think one of the attorneys talked about an augmented well, so they pull water from the well and they have to replace that water.
Yeah.
So I assume you're monitoring a situation like that?
Well,
Or
so if, for instance, there's a ditch company in Greeley that sold about half of their shares for augmentation, and so half of that ditch needs to go back to the river. And so there's a station at the end of the ditch that they monitor, and I have to keep track of it too, but it's more on the ditch rider to make sure that there's enough water there. Otherwise, you know, he's gonna get yelled at. You know, this, we have to keep, we more or less say what happened, but we just want to make sure things are happening correctly too. But I can't control every ditch rider, and some ditch riders are created more equal than others.
So, I'm curious, like a property owner that uses more and they don't have the resource to replace that, maybe give me an example of what happens in that instance. I mean,
Well, typically,
they have to go purchase additional water.
So our authority is pretty limited in that we issue orders of curtailment. So if you're not diverting water in accordance with either the priority system or a decree of the court, we have to, and we often will, enforce an order of curtailment, which means you have to stop. And if you want to continue to operate, you have to either do a couple. One of them is probably go get a water, change of water right decree, plant of augmentation, something of that nature to allow you to divert out of priority and replace that depletion effect to the stream. And that decree will identify the terms by which you need to adhere. That owner that has that well that wants to pump, they have to adhere to those terms. And like Mark said, you know, we'll get the accounting 30 days after the fact, and we'll see what had happened. And there's some interesting discussions that go on in our office about, okay, they didn't replace all the water they should have. You know, we have to take the necessary steps. Hopefully the decree tells us what to do. We either have to, they either have to go get other water and make that water available and put that water in the stream, or we have to shut them off. So it's an interesting question and something that we're dealing with quite often.
And then if there's like a weather event, does it kind of become a moot point for the day? Or- No.
Yeah, weather events, actually what we're seeing most frequently, given the period of call we've had since last year, we've been under a continuous call. The weather events will actually make the calls go more junior and allow those reservoirs to come in that may not have filled and take water, or recharge rights come in, or putting water into recharge ponds, and they're retiming that water back to the stream. So the call is going more junior, but we don't see that there's any other effect other than that.
On the issue of Ogden, the one that we're in on one of our properties is at will plan, so I think if we don't get the we can do, they just kick us out. If I'm understanding right.
So it's more than yelling is what you're saying.
So typically when there's a violation, it's first we, ask, then we educate, and then we order if we have to, and usually we don't get to the order. People usually go, okay, and, but we can issue orders.
And it go to court if you express. And the court can find an contempt.
I think it
Issue a fine.
$500 a day, I think is probably the biggest teeth we've got on some of this stuff.
$500 a day, so even if the court takes a while and somebody, presumably, there's not an immediate cease and desist, whatever order given, they're at risk of paying this massive fine that they can deem it violent.
Well, in some cases, these guys just go and lock them.
Yeah, we have the ability to lock that in. So if we can control, that's one of the things, if we find somebody that's violating Mark's correct, we try to educate folks here, this is what you can, this is what you can't do. Please beware, we're gonna keep watching you now, and if we find that you are in violation,
You can physically go and shut it.
we'll go shut their gate, we can control their head gate, we can lock it, and if they cut that lock, then we can impose fines. And take them to court, and the court the court has the jurisdiction by which to enforce those orders of the engineers.
All right, we'll cruise forward here to the other users, the cities, City of Fort Collins and Greeley, and the tri-districts. The tri-districts are comprised of Fort Collins, Loveland, East Larimer County, and North Well. So we probably all get our water, Northern Colorado, you get your water from them or a well. So, and this shows how big North Well is. And some of that it's a big water district, and they're fighting infrastructure problems, I think, right now, but I can see why it's so big. And then we've got non-consumptive uses, recreational environmental uses. Colorado Water Conservation Board has a bunch of in-stream flows. We've got a few in the district. We got recreational and channel diversions in Fort Collins. That's the water park area. And then Mike was talking about these two statutes these are in progress right now. Plant for augmentation, dog and stream flows. People are trying to get seed water and figure out ways to put water through different reaches and have it picked up down as for beneficial use down below, but to help prop the stream up. And the reservoir release is for fish and wildlife mitigation. So if somebody makes a reservoir release, we can't exchange on that. So sometimes we do a lot of exchanging in the polluter where we'll run water down and somebody will pick up the water, but then they'll replace it with reservoir water or another source of water, but make sure that it's 1 for 1. They're not taking any more than they should. But that's how we can move water upstream very efficiently by exchanging water, and we do a lot of that in the polluter. So water rights that we administer, we've got direct flow water rights, decreed water rights. The first ones are the 1860s, 1861, I think is my oldest, or 18, and those are the ones that the cities own and have been purchased. On the polluter, we got 1 through 100 essentially. Right now we're on number 21. And in June, if the river's really cranking, we can get all the way up to priority 100. If that's satisfied, we pretty much go to a free river situation. But then the South Platte also has to be satisfied too, to totally free it, take the call off the system, because the South Platte call will come up the Polluter River as well. But even with a number 100, priority number 100, it's an 1881, right? And that sounds senior, but it isn't senior. It's only in priority for a very short time. And so compared to people who are filing for 2022 water rights right now, just to give you an idea, the junior water rate. And then we've got water storage rights that are typically junior to the direct flow rights. Storage season is coming up here soon, thank you. And but we can also store at other times. For instance, when in September 13 flood we had, it was like another runoff, and we were able to refill all the reservoirs in the fall before November 1st. So, as you we kind of talked it over, as the river comes up, I can get more water out, and then as it drops off, the last person I gave water to is the first person I take it from. So, and then some years we don't get everybody in priority. So, like this year. So, to conclude, we've got many sources of water, and it's very variable as far as the flows every day, every year. Ag's still a predominant user, and we divert water. That's all prescribed by the Colorado water law, and we keep the water, or we keep the river working. That's what we got to do. So, so all I got. I'll let Gene take it over.
All right, Big Thompson, a little bit different. Okay. 2 sources, native water and CBT Windy Gap. So I think Mike had that slide there about we have about 400,000 acre foot of non-native water comes into the whole South Platte Basin every year. Of that, round about 240 to 250,000 is the CBT Windy Gap water, which makes use of the Big Thompson River system to move it up to Carter and Horsetooth. And it's really the movement of CBT, or project water, I should call it, both CBT and Windy Gap, really is a very controlling factor in how the Big Thompson River works. Okay, so briefly, native water, about 75% of it comes from snow melts. Our primary catchment, of course, is the east side of Rocky Mountain National Park. And then we have the North Fork and the Buckhorn, which would bring in about 15% or so of the water. The Big Thompson Basin also does include the Little Thompson watershed. It's entirely separate. It's a much lower elevation watershed. It doesn't have that high peak, lot of snow accumulation. It can be completely hit and miss as to whether you even get a runoff event. Like this year, we simply just did not have a runoff event on the Little Thompson because it was such a dry winter. We didn't really have snow at the lower elevations. Big deal about this, the return flows of seepage. If you are on the Big Thompson River, anywhere from basically I-25 out east to Milliken and to the confluence of the South Platte, almost all of the water in the river there is in fact seep water that's come back into the river. It's not actually good. We've essentially used up all the water that's coming off Rocky Mountain National Park, and what you see in the river on the basically east of I-25 is actually all the return flows that have come back into the river from irrigation. So it's significant if you're on the downstream end of the river. Okay, so this is peak flows on the Big Thompson. We're actually looking at the flow into Lake Estes. This is the slot 2022. Average is 907, but I'm thinking of changing this because look at this period over here. The mid-1950s to the mid-1970s look horrendous. I'm not too sure I'm believing the data. I'm thinking maybe the accuracy of the data back in the 1950s and 60s wasn't the same, because we've seen even now at the 2002, you know, it's better than we were back there in the mid-1970s. So I don't know. But anyway, that's what it is, such as it is. Again, there's tremendous amount of distribution, variability in distribution, not only between, you know, dry years and wet years, but actually we can really have, the peak can be anywhere from the last week in May to the first week in July. It's really a good, like 6 weeks spring that we can have there. So really yeah, again, same as the Poudre, highly variable and very concentrated flow on just a couple of months out of the year. All right, so let's just talk now about CBT Windy Gap. Okay, it is all Colorado River water. It is all coming through the Adams Tunnel, River Tunnel that takes it from Grand Lake into basically Estes Park. It all dumps out into this, it's just a basin there. This is the east portal. What you're actually looking at there is in fact the actual east portal of the Adams Tunnel. If you guys want to know, if you guys know where the YMCA of the Rockies is, if you just kind of drive up that half mile of road from there, you'll literally run into this. From here, all of that Colorado River water goes into Lake Estes. So I'm going to actually talk about Lake Estes for a little bit. I think some of you guys are actually from Estes Park, I think this year. So, yeah, so if we go to the next slide. All right, so Lake Estes, I just thought this was a really good picture. I took it. All right, so Lake Estes. All of the water from the Colorado River and all of the Big Thompson water that comes down of Rocky Mountain National Park all meets together in Lake Estes. The Colorado River water is coming through that power plant that sits on the southwest side of the lake. And the native Big Thompson water is primarily the stuff that comes in from the west. We've also got Fish Creek, Wind Creek, a couple of other very small, little tributaries that come into Lake Estes. That really is the center point around which the distribution of water on the Big Thompson Basin works, because we have all of these two large sources of water coming into Lake Estes, and from there on a daily basis, I talk with the Bureau of Reclamation. We figure out what water is going to carry on down the canyon in the Big Thompson, and what water will be taken off into the CBT system at the Olympus Tunnel. So basically, all of the CBT water almost always goes into the Olympus Tunnel, but some of the Big Thompson River water also, in fact, gets diverted into the Olympus Tunnel. They do what's called skimming operations. So from there, what it does is it goes through a series of power plants, and then it's put back into the Big Thompson River at roughly the dam store. And the idea with all of these power plants they have a power plant at Mary's Lake, Lake Estes, Flatiron, Pole Hill, sort of all the way down. They have power plants, and the last power plant actually is at the Big Thompson, right there next to the dam store. It's a way of, in fact, generating income and paying for a portion of the cost of the whole system. So we call those skimming operations, where they pull the native Big Thompson water off, run it through a series of power plants, and dump it back into the river. And then in addition to that, over time, both the city of Loveland and Berthoud have developed ways to actually use the CBT system to move their own water around. Okay, next one. All right, so again, talking about Lake Estes again. So this is the hydrograph of the flow of all of that Colorado River water into Lake Estes every year. You can see here during the winter months, the flow is the highest, because it's during the winter months that they bring most of the water over, run it down, full Parker and Horse Tube. So that come, May and June, when there's a demand for that water here on the east slope, those two reservoirs are full. We see here in May and June, it drops because those are the times when the native Big Thompson water is flowing the most. And so literally, just as a capacity thing, you have to drop the Colorado River water coming in just to physically make space for the native Big Thompson water. Okay. All right, so there we go. So this is so this is the same graph we had before, and this is the graph of the Big Thompson River. I put these like on the, I try to line them up here in the 20,000 acre foot. So clearly, a lot more Colorado River water, than there is native Big Thompson water. And you can see as well, you know, we peak in June and May, June, a little bit in July. But the actual flow of Colorado River water into Lake Estes and really into the East Slope is actually a much more consistent flow throughout the year. So when we wind these together, this is actually, if you live up in Estes Park, this is, you know, this is why you have water in your lake all year round. If you just look at these numbers, basically 250,000 acre foot roughly of Colorado River water comes through and lands in Lake Estes every year. Only about 105,000 acre foot of native Big Thompson water. What it turns over is, on average, the entire Estes Lake, in fact, turns over, refills its volume roughly every 2.5 days. In the middle of summer, it's roughly every day. In the middle of winter, it's, you know, 4 or 5 days. But I always like to think that Lake Estes is like the hardest working little lake that nobody even realizes. I know even the folks who live in Lake Estes or Estes Park don't really realize. They don't realize that when they're looking at that lake, they're not really looking at Big Thompson River water. They're primarily actually looking at Colorado River water. Unless it's May and June, you're basically looking at Colorado River water, and water moves through that lake all the time. 365 days out of the year. So flip to the next one. So yeah. So again, why I say you're always looking at Colorado River water is because Lake Estes does not have a water, right? It's not a reservoir. There is no native storage of Big Thompson River in that lake. Big Thompson River water that comes in one 24-hour period must be released in the following 24-hour period. That's how we work. We try to keep one day change, and we try to always do it in the middle of the night. And the reason for this is because that water goes down the canyon, and it goes down the canyon like a wall. And so we try to do that in the wee hours of the morning when there hopefully aren't people standing in the middle of the river. Because trust me, whenever we do it, and you know, and it's usually the fishermen, right? And they're standing and it's this deep, and then 2 minutes later it's this deep, and they get really upset by that. It's a shocker, right? So we try and make those. Unfortunately, in the height of summer, in the height of the runoff, you know, if there's that much native water that's coming in, we just have to pass it through, and there can be gate changes during the day, but we really try to make those shifts to the system at midnight, 11 o'clock, you know, and so that wall of water moves down the canyon in the wee hours of the morning when hopefully it's not disturbing anybody, and everybody gets up the next morning and they're all happy, and it stays the same because we make only one gate change, so we have one consistent flow for a 24-hour period. So it stays very much the same for the full 24-hour period. So, okay. All right. So we did talk about this. You talked about Windy Gap. All right. So Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which is currently being built, it's directly to the west of Carter Lake, will be holding Windy Gap. So what's the difference between Windy Gap and CBT? Yeah, it's all Colorado River water. CBT was the first, right? And it is for, primarily, it started off life as being for irrigation use. It was supplemental water for irrigation on the east slope in northern Colorado. Windy Gap is not. Windy Gap's genesis is it's owned by basically 12 municipalities, not including Fort Collins, but it's, you know, it's owned by municipalities. Its intended original purpose is municipal use. Because what happens now, of course, as you know, is that more and more the municipalities are buying up the CBT. But the one thing about it then is, like with an irrigation use, it's what we call a single use. That doesn't always serve municipal purposes. They want to actually be able to use the water. Windy Gap water is, as I said, municipal in its designation, and it is multiple use. But that also means there's a lot less of it, and B, it's going to be much more expensive. But this, eventually, Chimney Hollow will be 90,000 acre foot. To give, so Carter Lake is 110, 112,000, Horsetooth is roughly 157,000. So like Mark was saying, Chimney Hollow is meant to be the Windy Gap storage reservoir. On our side here, we have decrees, and the decree is that the CBT water gets to be stored in Carter and Horsetooth. There is no Windy Gap decree. In theory, there should not be CBT water being stored in Windy Gap. Or Chimney Hollow. We're going to see how it works out. Because I know the Bureau of Reclamation, right? The Bureau is the entity that moves this water all the way from the West Slope through all of these power plants and dumps it into Carter and Horsetooth. And you know, they look at that. They don't call it CBT water or Windy Gap water. They call it what they call it. They call it project water. And they leave it up to Northern to decide, you know, how it gets divvied out from that point. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this next slide. So yeah, a lot of that, if you guys, this is actually about a year old, but Chimney Hollow is in the process of being built right as we speak. If any of you guys, you know, if you go on the west side of London, you look at the mountains and you see the two sets of penstocks that are coming down the mountains, this is one of the penstocks. So Flatiron Dam is just kind of over here, Carter Lake is over here, and Chimney Hollow is going to be literally just on the other side of the mountain from Carter Lake. Big Thompson ditches. So it's a big difference between the Poudre and the Big Thompson. You know, Mark showed these photos on that. Water all the way up to the, you know, Ted's place, and it's stretched all the way out to the other side of Greeley, etc. On the Big Thompson, oddly enough, the majority of the ditches are literally within the town of Loveland. It's like a 12-mile stretch. I've got all of these guys coming off the river. It means everybody has to play real nice, because what you do is going to affect your neighbor almost immediately. So it's, yeah, cooperation is very significantly key on the Big Thompson, and everybody has to, mostly cooperation with the river commissioner. Telling them what to do. All right, but next slide. Our largest diversions are the GLIC system, otherwise you would know that as Lake Loveland, Horseshoe, and Boyd. Boyd is huge. Boyd is a little over 50,000 acre foot, so it's sort of half the size of Carter when you think about it. Altogether, those three lakes are about 75,000 acre foot of storage. That's a lot of storage. It extends all the way out really along Highway 34 on north and south of Highway 34, all the way out to Greeley and Evans, by far the largest user on the Big Thompson system. Home Supply, our second largest user, that's Mariano, Lancaster, and Lone Tree, and it sort of swings south and then heads out down towards the Little Thompson and out to Johnstown and the east side of Johnstown, and then of course the city of Loveland is, you know, the third main player. All of these are municipalities that take their water from the Big Thompson. The ones with the stars are the municipalities who actually own their own water rights. The other ones are people are really start off with, they've bought shares of ditch companies and changed those shares, but they don't actually sort of own underlying water rights themselves. Nobody takes water for Little Thompson. It's just simply not a viable enough, reliable enough source. The one dark horse in all of this is the Little Thompson Water District, which is huge. If you guys live in Masonville, chances are you're getting your water from the Little Thompson Water District. All the way south of Berthoud into Longmont, all the way out to the east side of Milligan. People who are not within municipal service areas are getting their water from the Little Thompson Water District. It's huge. And so far, it has really always been CBT water. But it's changing. This, now in the last year or two, is the first time we've seen them actually go to court and in fact require some ditch shares on the Big Thompson. Okay, so municipal use of ditch water, I mean, you guys are going to be discussing this a million times, but it matters, right? And it's, you know, it's mattering more and more because it's a different type of use. Municipalities need water year round, as opposed to ditch companies who use water for 6 months out of the year. Municipalities need to be able to plan. So they look for ditch companies with the more senior water rights because there's less likelihood that they're going to be called out during the year. They look for ditch companies that have reservoirs because, you know, reservoirs fill and then you know exactly how much water is in that reservoir and you can plan how much water you're going to get out of it for the next year. So that's, you know, that's what they look for. They want that senior water, they want that reservoir water because it's reliable and it's plannable. As a municipality becomes a major ditch holder, or in fact, the major owner of ditch shares, a lot of these change share decrees. You're now seeing them with provisions, which are what happens when the municipality becomes the major shareholder of this ditch. And then there's sort of a variety of provisions that start to come in, hopefully really trying to ensure that the non-municipal users are not adversely affected by, you know, the fact that their ditch is now mostly owned by Loveland or Burford or somebody else. We shall see. I think that's still, I think that's something we shall see in the next maybe 15 to 20 years, just how this plays out. The really biggest thing from our point of view is that when municipalities take water at one point, usually you have a water treatment plant, that's where a municipality wants to take the water. So whereas the ditches were, you know, all the way up and down the river, now that water is taken at one point. So yes, it changes the administration of the river. You know, hopefully again, we have, you know, these decrees and these provisions in place so that it doesn't adversely affect the operation of ditches. Again, we're going to see, right? But, you know, the flip side of that, right, is that municipalities often have recreational uses or what we call non-consumptive demands, right? That, you know, people want things to look pretty. They want to be able to fish. They want to go to a reservoir and always see water in it. And so these are then ways in which they, you know, you actually want to keep water in the river or you want to keep water in the reservoir, which may be a change in historic pattern. All right. In-stream flow requirements, we talked about that. You talked about that before. Minimum, is there a minimum amount of water that needs to stay in the river? On the Big Thompson, we only have these minimum stream flow requirements in the canyon itself. Once we hit basically Dilly Tunnel, which is just upstream of the dam store, there are no, on the Big Thompson, there are no minimum stream flow requirements all the way through Loveland, which means that yes, I can do this. It's much harder for Mark to do this. But what we're calling here, we're saying we're sweeping the river, that's exactly what happened here. This ditch is taking the entire flow of the river. I have a 0 in my spreadsheet at this point, right? There's 0 flow passing that point in the river. That's what it means. Folks who live in towns may not necessarily like this, but you know, the ditches have the senior rights. And this year for me, right? I don't know, on the Big Thompson, we started to have these really peaky flood events early July and then really through July and August, and all of that stuff from the fires 2 years ago. Massive amounts of debris. I mean, this is not It's not through the whole season, this is one rain event, just dumping massive amounts of debris at various head gates on the river. Doing this, you know, when we talk about that slimy stuff that gets produced by these fires, it doesn't just come down in an inch, it comes down every time it rains, it comes down in a foot of gunk, which just gunks up everything. When Mark talked briefly about it, how the cities couldn't take water because the water quality got so bad. That's, I mean, the city of Loveland spent barely would water off the river this whole season. Not only because, you know, this comes into their water treatment plant, it gunks everything up, you know, it really fouls up their system, they can't treat it, they can't get rid of the odor. That's really the thing about it, is that it just smells burned. And I know this one because I go down here a lot, and I'm such an idiot, because I go down there and I have to shovel all of this out, and I kept thinking, why am I smelling it like it's burning? And then I realized at one point, I'm smelling the river with all this just gunk in it, but smells like fire, like an old fire, and that's just like not something you really think of. So this has been a huge challenge on the Big Thompson this year. And going into this winter, all the ditches and all the municipalities are really having to go through and take in, you know, diggers and front end loaders and just try to get rid of the feet of black gunky salts and large tree logs and everything that just came down and just caused real operational difficulties all the way up and down the river this year. And I think that's it. Oh, Big Thompson Watershed, I always like to give a coalition, I would like to give a shout out for them. They really are a great source for all sorts of things, not just water things, but, you know, fire related things and all sorts of various things. And they've become a great source for, you know, getting people together and also fundraising and finding grants and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's a good source for folks who may have needs on the Big Thompson River. I think that's it. Okay, we're done.
Any questions? Yeah, time for maybe a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
I just had a comment, I don't know if it's a coalition or the river, the Colorado River, your office or the Bureau of Reclamation, but my daughter goes to Big T right off the Canyon Road there, and it is a STEM and nature school, and she had a whole day dedicated to learning about Windy Gap, and I just think it's phenomenal that we're teaching tomorrow stewards of water already, and she was 5th grade, and she came home and like raved about it, and so just a compliment to whoever's leading those efforts.
Just a quick question on the black gunk from the fires. Would it be a good idea if we had something to clean out near a head gate to do that before November 1st? Is there gonna be more water coming in November and December?
No, the flows will go down. A lot of this gunk actually came from the North Fork. The North Fork and the Buckhorn. When we look at, you know, that when you look at the extent of the Cannon Peak fire, and they have these, they were little areas where the severity of the burns were the highest. And there's a little chunk of area that's really the sort of headwaters, if you want, of the North Fork, the Buckhorn, and the South Fork of the Poudre. There's just that area there, which really essentially was the highest severity of burn. And so, and it just was that this year, we just kept getting these storms that would hit the Buckhorn and the North Fork, and all of this stuff would come down. So no, what we're really seeing is, it's, you know, these large accumulations of this stuff come down when we have rain events. You know, our rain events typically are, you know, short and strong, right? And that's when we see it coming down. It's just like a never-ending, you know, craziness. Yeah, so every ditch company is just looking at, I mean, I had one, it's a little ditch, and honestly, the stuff would gunk up in front of their gate so much, it would actually stop the water from getting into the ditch, and you'd have to go out there and shovel it out like every time you had a rainstorm. And it goes down the ditches, right? So all the head gates that are down the ditch, you know, they, every time, you know, closer you are to the river, the worse it is. You know, every time farmer wants to change his head gate, he has to go out there and shovel out this stuff. And it's just, it's been a real, like, literal physical challenge. Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's take our. That was incredible. We're gonna come back in about 15 minutes. So be back in your chairs with your lunch when you're outside by.
For inviting me.
Thank y'all so much for coming by. That was fantastic. Thank you. We appreciate it. I know that last year everybody was really interested. Once again, they used to use the whole time. And stuff, everybody's still interested.
That's it.
I'll share a presentation with the class, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Awesome, fantastic.
Right.
Last weekend.
Many varieties.
So typically, any project out here of any size, it doesn't have to destroy the thing, it could impact it visually, and it could get caught up in this. This is not a showstopper like the Endangered Species Act, but it has processes that you gotta follow, and if you don't follow those, you may end up in litigation, and it's just gonna delay and make the project more expensive. Another consideration at the federal level is the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, and this thing has its roots back in legislation passed in the 30s. And at the time, it was seen as a pioneering piece of pioneering in environmental legislation. And basically what it intended to do was to balance the economic benefits you'll get from a project like this with the impacts to fish and wildlife resources and their habitat that also come with it. And it is satisfied by a state provision that I'll touch on in a second that requires the proponent to put forth a fish and wildlife mitigation plan. So as to state level review, the primary way that the state gets into this is through section 401 of the Clean Water Act. And that basically authorizes states to certify that any federally authorized project is going to comply with the state water quality requirements. And it gives the state significant influence over this permitting process. And it's pretty heavy duty review. It can authorize it, it can certify the project, it can certify it with conditions, or it can not certify it. If it doesn't certify the project, the Corps can't issue the permit. But if it does it with conditions, then those conditions are gonna probably end up in your Corps permit. Or will end up in your Corps permit. So, this can present some challenges for water projects along Front Range, as you might expect. If you're building a dam or if you're building a diversion for an off-channel storage, you'll probably, you will be impacting the flows of the stream below that diversion point. And so, that can impact things like temperature and other water quality parameters, and it can create a challenge for the permittee to comply with this. I'll also say that, the Trump administration in 2020 tried to, or did amend these regulations that apply to this. And it's kind of interesting, they tried to put in, or they put in some time limitations and some things, they limited what the kinds of conditions a state can impose on the permittee. And they also expanded the ability for the feds to override what the states were doing, which is not really the kind of states' rights sort of rulemaking you might have expected from the Trump administration. The Biden administration, as you might expect, didn't like it, and they're in the process of doing their own rule, issuing their own rule. And the Biden administration won't take it back to pre-Trump status. But they are going to change things, and think about what I said here. You've got this complicated, intense permitting process, and I mentioned the controversy and the regulatory battles over WOTUS and NEPA requirements and 401 certification requirements. So you're overlaying this layer of regulatory uncertainty on top of an already complicated and expensive process. So that just sort of makes things more difficult.
Question on that?
Yes.
What happens when your permitting process spans the two administration timelines that are putting something into place and reviewing it and putting something into place, and then you're already off and going with your application or your
That'll depend on so many different variables. It'll depend on how they wrote the rules. And how it impacts your particular project. If you get a benefit from it, you might want to try to take advantage of that and assert that that the rules of the game have changed and that you can take advantage of that. But you might strategically not want to do that. And so the answer to that
is unfortunately, there's no simple answer to that. It's gonna depend on the project specific variables and the rule issued. So this provision, there's a provision of state statute that requires proponents of storage projects that need an application or that need a permit or license from the feds to submit a proposed fish and wildlife mitigation plan to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. And the plan that results from that becomes the official state position on mitigation for your project. And this plan, as I mentioned, it also satisfies the requirements of the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act that I mentioned earlier at the federal level. And the Corps is going to really incorporate these requirements into your permit when it issues it. There's just other things that when you actually start constructing your project, you've got air pollution concerns, stormwater concerns, raptor and other migratory bird concerns, maybe bald and golden eagle permits or authorizations or considerations that you'll have to address. Those aren't going to be showstoppers, but those are just things that just sort of added to the process when you're actually constructing. So as to local concerns, the primary consideration at the local level is House Bill 1041, which was passed in the 70s. And it authorizes counties and municipalities to identify, designate, and regulate areas and activities of state interest through local permitting process. And as it turns out, this thing has teeth. And what they intended on the front end of this thing by introducing this legislation is not really what came out the back end. For instance, it says areas and activities of state interest. Well, there was a concern back in the 70s that there were things that were happening at the local level, certain things that would be, certain specific areas that would have state interest, overall state interest, but were being sort of directed at the local level. And there was an intent to have a state review, maybe a state land board type review of just certain projects that fall into specific categories. That's not how this happened, and all the power went to the local governments at the end when this legislation was passed. And as I said, it created a significant process here that Denver Water was recently dealing with Boulder County with their with Denver Water's gross reservoir project. And Denver Water was saying that basically that Boulder wanted to take them back through the permitting process that they had gone through with the feds and the state already. So, and probably with less resources to do it. And so they kind of got out on a technicality because one component of their project was electricity generation, which was covered by the federal level by FERC, and it basically preempted the application of this. But Boulder County did end up getting about $12.5 million of extra money out of that fight. And you see up here, I mean, as I said, back in the 70s, this is last week. This is a headline from last week, and there's, Larimer County locked in it with Thornton's pipeline. And you might ask yourself why, should one locality have that kind of a power over the necessary project of another locality? Here in this instance, Thornton bought up all those water rights in the 1980s, and they're trying to get them down to use them now. And they're in a bit of a bind. So I think at this point, I've kind of covered all I want to cover in terms of the general federal, state, and local requirements. I think that you might ask yourself, you might be asking yourself, is there a better way? And I'll spend the last couple of minutes on what I think might be the case. So is everyone familiar with the Colorado Water Plan? Okay, so it was, the initial plan was put out in 2015, and it lays out a framework for solutions to the state's water challenges. And it recognizes that storage is going to be a component
of addressing some of those challenges. And it also recognizes the outsized influence that the permitting process is going to have on implementing the water plan. So you're saying we need to be able to more rapidly add storage in an environmentally conscious way. To do this, we must address a broken permitting system that currently produces uncertainty and fosters mistrust among all stakeholders. That's in the water plan, and that's the process that we just talked about. So, as it turns out, the Clean Water Act has two permitting provisions, one under 402 and one under 404 that we talked about. 402, that applies when you have like a wastewater treatment facility and you've got a pipe where you're discharging your treated effluent into a stream or a lake. That you'd require a 402 permit. 404 was the program that we talked about, the dredge and fill program. And Congress in the Clean Water Act said, we expect the states to eventually take over the permitting for both of those provisions, 402 and 404. As it turns out, 47 states, including Colorado, have taken over the 402 program, but 47 states, including Colorado, have not taken over the 404 program. And for the last several years, I've been telling anyone who will listen, including Jennifer, that we ought to consider taking over the 404 program. And I actually published an article earlier this year in a law journal that I think the title is "Why Colorado Should Consider Taking Over the Clean Water Act Section 404 Program." And I'm not going to go into that kind of detail here, but in general, the idea is that we're talking about Colorado's most critical resource, and in most contexts, we don't want federal involvement. We don't want the feds interfering with how we manage this resource. Witness the various compacts that the state has entered into. One the primary motivating factor on those was let's keep the feds out of our prior appropriation system, basically. Also, we've got an acknowledgement that the current system is broken. And there's been recent developments that remove some of the traditional barriers that have sort of kept states from pursuing 404 program assumption, one of which is going to benefit or would benefit Colorado probably more than any other state in the country. And so my question is, can the stakeholders, the environmental interests, the state, the regulated community who has to get these permits, can they, through collaboration, come up with a system that's more efficient, more fair, more Colorado-centric, more in line with the water plan, and more predictable for the regulated community that has to pursue these permits, but also one that produces better environmental results on the ground. I happen to think there's reasons to believe that you can do that, and all I've been suggesting is let's talk about it. Let's see why we might want, whether it makes sense for Colorado. One brief other comment on that. You've heard me talk about the battle over WOTUS, what constitutes a WOTUS. Well, with WOTUS shrinks, that means the waters that some waters that used to receive federal protection no longer are protected. The question then becomes, what do you do with them at the state level? How do you authorize projects in there? How do you protect them, authorize projects that will impact them? And how do you protect these waters? And the state has, over the past couple of years, sought authority to implement its own, to create its own dredge and fill permitting program that would look like the federal program, but operate in addition to it. And my point would be, why create more inertia in the permitting context? Maybe, that's another issue that could be addressed if the state went and assumed the program. So, one of the things that, that I've seen is that people hate change, and no one hates change more than the Colorado water community. So when I started when I mentioned that article at the beginning of it, I have a quote on change, and at the end of it, I have a quote on change. And one happened to come into my inbox last week, and I think it's a great quote. It sums it up. Our dilemma is that we hate change and love it at the same time. What we really want is for things to remain the same, but to get better. And they're not gonna get better. That's not how we're gonna address the system. So I'll just leave you with that.
Any questions?
In my work, sometimes the term comes up, the waters of the state. Is that the United States or is there also a definition
There's,
for Colorado?
there's state waters of
Okay.
Colorado, and that is defined much more broadly than the waters of the United States. And so that's what creates the problem. When waters of the United States shrink, you still have all those state waters that under the current laws arguably require protection, and there's not a mechanism to do it.
Any questions?
Just real quick one, is it true that the Army Corps of Engineers in Omaha and Army Corps of Engineers in Santa Fe, I think, are both in Colorado with their districts?
Actually, the Army Corps of Engineers,
Oh, there's not one in Mexico.
they're part of it. So Colorado's the bottom of it.
San Francisco and
San Francisco.
Omaha. So are they come up with different rules for wetland mitigation things? So Colorado Springs may have a different rule than Northern Colorado in the same Army Corps of Engineers.
That's true, and that's a good comment, and that's something that I commented on in my article, that you know, the way they, and now it's only two. It used to be three up until about a little over a year ago. And so that does create inconsistencies for permit fees throughout the state. And I argue that that program essentially could address that. Yeah, Sam?
Or Thornton's options.
I don't really know, because I'm not a part of that, but they said, you know, in the headline that they're giving up on their litigation approach, and they're gonna try to sit down and talk to Larimer County about how they might get this done. And I'm wondering if, you know, as a water provider, the product you start out with heavily impacts your final product, your drinking water product. And so Thornton is very low. It's low to run its expensive, high quality water all the way through the city of Fort Collins and pull it out at the other end. And that's, I think, where this negotiation is going to be.
Infrastructure in place to utilize that, is that what you mean?
Because your water quality, mostly because your water quality degrades as it goes through an urban environment like that. It's high quality water.
Clean pipe going straight down.
Yes, and you know, that has implications for the final product, the taste, you know, how much treatment you have to give it. You know, that's why Greeley has its Bellevue treatment plant. Because back in the early 1900s, people used to camp up there around Ted's place, and they really liked the taste of the water.
Other questions? All right, let's take another one. Now, that was a real good, quick, simple explanation of a very complex process.
Thank you.
Is this your, retake?
Oh, yes, it is. Sorry. Thank you.
So one of the most fun I had out of these classes, I get to introduce you to friends of mine. John became a friend that I had for the first time last year. I'm going to introduce one of my best friends, in the water world. And this woman is Amy Beatty. And Amy is, what do you call a deputy?
Oh, yeah.
A deputy assistant.
No assistant.
Deputy Attorney General for the Natural Resources Section
Yes.
of the Attorney General's Office.
Yes.
Amy also.
Your
has a
old
very-
job, right?
Huh?
Your old job, file job.
You know, you get so far away and you're gonna forget. Amy has a really interesting background. She's very involved in environmental activities. She was director of the Colorado Water Trust for quite a few years before she moved over to the Attorney General's office. She clerked for Justice Hobbs. I mentioned him earlier. He's kind of a legend with respect to Colorado and Western water law. And I asked her to talk a little bit about that experience. But she essentially is in charge. She is the lawyer. The lawyers under her work with the governor's office and all the different state agencies that deal in natural resources issues. So she's the gal who knows. Well, let up to that, Amy.
Well, thank you. Thanks for inviting me too. It's always lovely to see you. And
Thanks
I
for being here.
appreciate the opportunity to share with your folks. So, hi, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Where are you in your program?
This is our.
And is it a year long?
9 months.
9 months. Okay.
So we kind of talked about history, water law, administration of water, kind of how did we civil in our conversation. That's kind of our.
Excellent, okay. So I have the honor and privilege of chatting with all of you guys in different forms over the years. And every time I'm asked to do this, it's definitely a little bit different. And this time it's a little bit different. My understanding from what you all really are craving is sort of leadership unplugged. And so I'm here to share with you, I'm going to try and do sort of a brief history. I'm going to give you a sort of a brief career arc for me, so you understand where I'm coming from. And then I was asked to share, to dive a little bit more deeply into my clerkship, to talk a little bit about my time at the trust, and then to sort of unpack my large span of control job right now. So I moved to Colorado in '93 after college. I sort of was a faith plant in college, and I had some friends who said, I'm going to Colorado, and I really didn't want a desk job. And I thought, where better of a place to not have a desk job than to run around in the mountains of Colorado. So I moved and arrived here in 1993. I took a 6-month job working in Alaska for the National Outdoor Leadership School. I was thinking I wanted to go into outdoor education. They're the sort of preeminent outdoor education institution. And while I was in Alaska, one of the folks that I was working with pulled me aside and said, don't sleep in a sleeping bag for your job, because you'll start to not like it anymore. Make your, keep it as your avocation and have your vocation be protecting the places that are important to you. And I thought, oh, that's so sweet, thank you, but no thank you. And I rolled back to Colorado, and I'm gonna date myself, although my gray hair I think does that already, but I opened this environmental jobs newsletter. You know, newsletters still were sent through the US Postal Service and delivered to your house, and I unstapled it, and I'm reading through this environmental jobs newsletter, and all these really cool jobs required a JD. And so I had Eleanor's advice and this newsletter, and then I had this epiphany. Oh goodness, I think actually there is a way to lawyer that doesn't look like what I think a lawyer looks like. A lawyer to me looked like a sort of, you know, Brooks Brothers suit in Wall Street and the briefcase and all of that. And that was definitely not who I was at the time. And so I looked at all these jobs and thought, these are the kinds of things I really could do. And it sort of opened up the world for me. And so I then decided I was going to go to law school. And I had lots of friends say, oh my God, if Amy Baby has it figured out, we are so screwed. But in any event, I then took some classes at CU to kind of figure out if I really wanted to be going back to school, and if I'd be comfortable kind of doing this at a desk thing. Really enjoyed it, applied to law school, got into law school, and then while I was in law school, I was really focused on water because it was my passion. And I then, in my 3rd year of law school, I was working for the Student Environmental Law Clinic, and I had one client, and through that clinic, it was the Wyoming Outdoor Council, and I was working on an oil and gas development that was brand new at the time. It was brand new gas play, coal bed methane. It was really beginning to kind of take over the northeastern corner of Wyoming in the Powder River Basin. And my job was to work on the water impacts associated with withdrawing this gas out of the coal seams.
And I was also editor-in-chief of the Water Law Review, which was a brand new law review that I had helped start. And I was publishing an article for the super spectacular Gregory J. Hobbs Jr., formerly of the Colorado Supreme Court. And he said to me, as we're going back and forth editing this article that he's publishing in our journal, this is what I do with my clerks. And you do great. So you should apply to clerk for me. And I actually hadn't even thought about a judicial clerkship, but I got, you know, you don't have a Colorado Supreme Court judge that's legendary in the field that you want to go into, invite you to apply for a clerkship with him and say no. So I immediately submitted my application, and he interviewed me over a beer and a burger at Pints Pub and outside of downtown Denver. And offered me the job on the court. So, and that's really near the office right now. So my life has like kind of come full circle, and I pass by that court and think that was really fun and special. And he's iconoclastic. So obviously interviewing a future clerk over a burger and a beer and then offering the job on the court is not really how it happens. But that the judge was unique in that way. So most things about him were not very traditional. And so, but he offered me the job for the year after I graduated from law school, because he already had his full bench, he already had his full roster of clerks for the year that I would graduate from law school. So I had a year to fill. I called the nonprofit that I was working for and said, I have a year to fill, put me to work. And they said, about a week ago, we got grant money to hire someone doing exactly what you were doing for a year. And we were gonna call you, but we had to kind of figure some things out, but we were gonna call you to see if you wanted the job. So I said yes to that. And then I was a staff attorney and a community organizer in Ruby Red, rural Wyoming, working with farmers and bringing together the farming and ranching community and the environmental community to encourage responsible coal bed methane development. I learned most of my great lawyering skills from being an organizer. And then I came back to Colorado to clerk for the judge. And while I was clerking for the judge, he said in his colorful way, you can go do that flaky environmental thing you want to do later. Right now, you're going to go to a law firm and you're going to learn how to be a good lawyer. And it was one of those moments where you think, well, yuck, but he's right. And so and no offense to anyone in private practice, it just wasn't my vision for where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do with my career. So I started to apply for law firm jobs, and I got a law firm job immediately. And so then, you know, while you're clerking and you're trying to find a job, it can be very stressful. And I had these 2 one-year jobs, and everyone else was sort of seemingly on the moving walkway at the airport with their roller bag, with their cosmetics perfectly in their Ziploc bag. And I just felt like I was like late running down, you know, to go catch my flight with things flying out of my bag. I always sort of felt like I didn't get the, like, here's the easy path memo. But so it's 2 years later and I'm applying for jobs, and I get a firm job, and I was in private practice at 2 different boutique front range water law firms for about 6 years. And it was not for me. It wasn't awful, but it was like wearing an itchy sweater to work every day. It was just sort of you know, it just didn't feel right. And then I had the opportunity to take the job at Colorado Water Trust. I had actually worked pro bono for the Water Trust when I was in private practice. So I knew what it did. I knew the people it was trying to work with. I knew the mission of the organization, and I knew most of the board from having been in the water community. So I got the job running the Colorado Water Trust at a time when it was kind of crashed on the rocks and considering closing its doors. And I really believed in what it was doing. So, I mean, I think in this case, genuine passion for the mission outweighed the fact that they hired me when I had never raised a dollar. I'd never managed a team. I'd never run an organization. I've never overseen a board. I've never, you know, there were lots of nevers. And then there was like really enthusiastic me. And so, you know, they did this weighing and balancing and decided that I could do it, or they'd give me a shot. And what did they have to lose? 10 years later, we went from just me as the only paid staff person, a budget of $87,000, and that included my salary, our rent, like our finance consultant and, some communications and collateral materials. And then when I left 10 years later, it was 9 to 10 people and over $1 million budget and putting projects on the ground kind of all across the state of Colorado. And the secret sauce there is, for those in the nonprofit community, have a great relationship with your board, figure out how to put them to work. I have a very strong relationship between the executive director and the board chair. That is, as far as I'm concerned, the best sign of a healthy nonprofit. If those two people are working hand in hand really well together in furtherance of the mission, then there's kind of nothing that the organization can't do. And then hire really brilliant people and get out of their way. So, over time, I took the communications hat off and handed it off to the communications person. I took the finance hat off, we hired a finance person. I took the programs hat off. Well, I kind of always wore the programs hat because it was what I loved and what got me out of bed in the morning. But, and so then there was this 10-year thing, and I had this 10-year thing. The organization, received a 7-figure grant right before I left to give birth to my son. It was our first really big grant, and it was designed to help us build this organization. So I have often called them twins, my son and the organization, and I was sort of rearing them together. And it was a lot. And I would do some things differently, but you don't get do-overs. So I just get to tell other people things I would do differently. But it was an absolute sort of passion project for me until I realized that I had done what I think I needed to do, and then I needed to do something else. I lost my mind and ran for office. I ran in the 3rd bluest primary in the state of Colorado. It was a Denver seat, and I ran against a woman whose grandfather was Corky Gonzalez. And she'd grown up in the community, and her family had been deeply involved in politics. She didn't get into the race until 6 months after I was already running. And as soon as she entered the race, I sort of had a feeling I was in trouble, but she ended up winning, which is a blessing for her and a blessing for me. Because then I took a minute to really think about what I wanted, and I realized that I really wanted to focus on natural resources and the environment, and I really loved working statewide. And so I was able to take a little bit of a deep breath and say, these are the things that are the most important to me. And then I was invited to apply for the transition for the Attorney General to run this natural resources and environment section in this long line of kick butt people who've had the job before me. And ended up realizing I did a whole bunch of due diligence. One of the things I do is I don't ever say yes to things without really things that are going to involve where I go every day and who I see every day. So I do a lot of homework, and I did a lot of homework and thought this is the coolest thing I've ever heard about. I didn't even know there was a job that could marry together my leadership and management with my interest in politics and my lawyering background, and how cool. And then I got the job. And so on January 9th, I will have been at the job for 4 years. Although I could be out of a job in November, which means that I have really high risk tolerance. So, I'll tell you a little bit about the job. I'll kind of work back. So I'll tell you a little bit about what my job entails. And people ask me a day in the life of Amy Beatty, and I really can only give you like kind of 2 weeks in the life of Amy Beatty, because every day is totally different. I mean, there will be a morning where I am making fruit salad to take to the section meeting, because you can't get 70, 80 people together without eating them, right? But I'm also calling ex-client to tell them that someone inadvertently waived attorney-client privilege in major litigation that we're working on. So like, those are my bookends, fruit salad and shit sandwich. So my job as Deputy Attorney General has several components to it. The first is that I serve on the leadership team of the Colorado Attorney General. That is running the business of Colorado's second largest law office, second to the public defender's office. It's about 600 people and we are the law office for the entire state enterprise. So all legal issues around the state enterprise are required actually by statute to be constitution and statute to be handled through the Colorado Attorney General's office. And then that work is divided up into, so the leadership team handles things like, there's this thing called COVID out there. Should we be closing the office all the way to, how do we do visits across the board? And we have classified employees at will. And so it's like running a really big law firm. And then there's the sort of, I serve as connective tissue between the natural resources and environment work and Phil Weiser, the Attorney General. So I do advise him on water, natural resources and environmental matters. But my day-to-day, about 80% of my job is managing a team of about 80 to 85 people who work for the state of Colorado on hazardous waste, radiation, solid waste, air quality, water quality, avalanches, state trust lands, wildlife, state lands, parks, water rights, water administration, water policy, oil and gas, mining, and the Public Defense Office and Alternate Defense Council. So it is every environmental function, and energy policy. It is all of the environmental and natural resources functions of state government, and it all rolls up to me. So Jennifer lied when she told you that I know a lot about all of those things. I don't. My background is in water, and I will share with you that it was very destabilizing to go from having been a subject matter expert. I had been 17 years working in water, and then 10 years working on very specific tools, doing a very specific thing where there were maybe 3 people in the state who had the same sort of comprehensive knowledge of how every little tiny detail around this very specific thing that we did worked. To leave and my, as a woman in what was a largely male driven environment, that was sort of water lawyering, my stabilizing force. A lot of people say fake it till you make it, and I don't even know what that means. It's never been a tool in my toolbox. My sort of stabilizing force was to know literally everything I possibly could, and hopefully if I needed to, more than the other people I was talking to. So in order to prevent vertigo in my day-to-day life, I just worked really, 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 really hard. And then I left and I got to this job and I knew water and I knew a little bit about oil and gas from my organizing days, and I knew conservation easements and I knew land use, and I knew some law for local government, having represented local government clients and had some private practice, including the city of Thornton, and actually worked on their northern, what they used to call the Northern Project, but it has another name now. And to having absolutely no idea really what I was supposed to be doing, but I was supposed to be leading this team and leading them with confidence. So I decided that I couldn't eat the elephant all at once. And so I just started to actually eat very specific parts. It's such a gross analogy. Very specific parts of the elephant. And really it was whatever was really hot right in front of me. So when I took the job, Senate Bill 181 was running through the state legislature. That was the complete overhauling of oil and gas and the way we permit and deal with oil and gas in the state of Colorado. And so I got to follow that legislation clear through the session, working with my team. I asked my team for oil and gas 101. And then once I felt I sort of developed a facile relationship with oil and gas 101, then I asked for the 201. And then I, really dug into this one particular thing then, you know, each time something new popped, I would take the opportunity to just start really kind of digging into it. Rather than being so concerned about the fact that I didn't know all the things about all the things. I learned the things I needed to in order to address what I knew would be on the horizon for the next year or year and a half. And really dove in there and then gave myself permission to just layer in the rest of the pieces as the various things kind of came across my desk. I will say that it was hard in the beginning, and I want to stress for folks who, if anyone here has a tendency, you guys are all, you know, sort of much more deeply into your careers than some of the people I chat with, but I think this advice is salient for anybody, and that is, I don't ever want anyone to feel imposter syndrome. I don't believe in imposter syndrome. And I think women tend to really actually have imposter syndrome. There are studies out there that say that we will only apply for a job if we feel we meet 90 to 100% of the elements of the job description, whereas men are more apt to apply when they meet about 50%, believing that they can learn on the fly. And so for women in particular, if you've applied for a job where you meet 50% of the criteria and somebody believes in you, that 50% is going to feel that you don't know is going to feel like imposter syndrome. And by the way, this is for anybody, but you know, there is data that says that women feel this particularly acutely and more so than men. But it's not imposter syndrome. It is an opportunity to learn and grow, and who doesn't want to do that? So the other thing that I want to really encourage people to think about if you're, say, considering a transition in your career is stretch yourselves, because it is so cool, and you forget how easy it is to learn, and you may also forget how cool it is when you work with people who know more than you do, and how amazing the partnership can be when you marry together a subject matter expert with your leadership and management skills. That whole can always be more than the sum of the parts if you can approach the fact that you aren't the subject matter expert with humility. So that's my span of control. I've got Phil and the sort of running of the Department of Law, along with about 18 other folks. I'm a deputy. There are 7 other deputies with subject matter expertise. I'm natural resources and environment. The others are criminal justice, criminal appeals, business and licensing, revenue and utilities, consumer protection, the people's lawyer. So that's the sort of current Amy baby. And I guess the other thing I will share with you is that my first year on the job, because the span of control of the job was so large, it took me about the first 6 months to really actually even understand what the perimeter of my job was. And then so I worked for about 6 months to really sort of define all the various pieces of my job. I'm managing my team, I manage managers, which is also different from where I was, you know, prior to coming to the office. I manage managers, that was new, and then the clients and who clients were and the work and how we work with them, and the team members and the way the office all fit together. And I was sort of drinking from that fire hose. And then you get all the way out to the perimeter, right? And then that's your opportunity to sort of start filling back in the pieces and getting better at what you're doing and putting the flesh on the bones. I keep using this weird analogy, sorry, but you know, kind of putting the flesh on the bones of the structure that you've, you know, been digging yourself into in order to really deeply understand. And then the year 3 was really kind of like fine tuning all of that. So first it was the perimeter, then it was, you know, kind of filling back in from the perimeter. And then it, you know, now I have this kind of business sense of when I need to marry particular things together, and I can pick my head up and see that we've got these pieces and they're all in different places, and I need to bring this team together so everyone is singing from the same song sheet kind of thing. And then sharing a little bit about what it was like to clerk for Greg Hobbs, and then I'm leaving time for questions. Yes. And is this the sort of level of things that you guys were hoping to hear? Yes. Okay. Did you guys do Myers-Briggs?
Okay, I'll share something with you and then I'll get to clerking for the judge. In Myers-Briggs, you have your 4 letters, and I am an E, I'm a kind of a low, and a mid-range E. I'm like, and in the 4 quadrants, did you have the sort of way each of the letters is broken down into 4, or did you do the sort of shorter version?
Not all of us have done it.
Oh, okay, so, E is extroversion, and when you do Myers-Briggs, they break each of the letters down. It represents a certain characteristic of how you show up in leadership. And E is extroversion and I is introversion, and it's on a scale from 24 to 0 to 24. So you could be a 24 I, or a 24 E, or a 0, like you just are super neutral. And so and of the 4 elements of your extroversion, they, break them all down. And then 3 of them, I'm like a 9 to 11 or 12. And then on one of them, I am like a 22 I, and that is self-disclosure. So I have a very difficult time sharing things about my own personal life, and it was actually showing up in how I led. There were people who were close to me who knew about my personal life because I felt comfortable telling them. But everyone else saw me as this wild, this sort of like extroverted nonprofit executive director whose job it was to be everywhere and know people and chat with people. But they didn't know me and they weren't hearing about my life, but they knew other people who were really close to me who did know me. And so they felt like I was treating them differently. And so in my coaching, one of the things I worked on was becoming more comfortable with self-disclosure. These are the kinds of things that are really helpful because I learned that sharing the tiniest thing, like I shared with my team this morning, I just had a bananas morning and I'm solo momming right now because my husband is traveling and I had to get my kid to school and I didn't have time to make coffee or do anything. So I grabbed coffee and a breakfast sandwich from the local coffee shop and I rolled home and I had to get my computer booted up. So I set the breakfast sandwich and my coffee on the counter and I rolled in to get my computer set up and then I heard the click of my dog's paws on the floor in the kitchen and I was like, that little jerk. So I get my computer up and running and I go back to grab my coffee and I don't have a breakfast sandwich anymore. And so I shared that with my team this morning. And it's just a nice thing when you are in a leadership role, there is an imbalance of power there, and so to be human and to open yourself up and to share what is happening in your life with your people gives them permission to do the same. So there's lots of benefits to it. And working with the coach on getting me to be a little bit more comfortable. I mean, my dog eating my breakfast sandwich, it's a nothing burger, but I can't tell you how hard that would have been for me to share with you. And then I would leave and have these terrible vulnerability hangovers, drop a little Brene Brown, but when you, yeah, she's so, seriously, I don't know what to do without her, but when you are, sort of inclined to not want to share things about your personal life, and then you do, then you feel really exposed and awful, and you go back over what you said and wonder if you said the right thing. So I don't have as severe, I still have them, but I don't have as severe vulnerability hangovers as I used to. Okay, so leadership nuggets, grab yourself some Brené Brown podcasts. She drops wisdom in all of them. Clerking for the judge was probably my favorite job ever. How many of you met him or knew of him? Oh, wow. That's so interesting. And so didn't even know of him, didn't know that there was a Colorado Supreme Court Justice, Greg Hobbs, who was a water attorney from Northern for 25 years and then applied to the bench 3 times. And then was, and then appointed by Romer to the bench. Okay. I'm working with a blank slate here. He is an imp of the highest order. He is a complete rascal and troublemaker. He is a prolific author. He's authored a number of books. And in my recollection from this program is that you have things you need to read. So we want to encourage you to grab some of Greg Hobbs's writings because he's also a poet. And while I was getting there. And a photographer. He took a John Fielder photography class, and he went from taking passable photos to these just absolutely incredibly beautiful photos, which still I catch my breath when I have them kind of all over, like I think my LinkedIn background, guys can just go, and is a sunset that he had taken from a porch of his cabin outside the So he was the water justice. The Colorado Supreme Court has 7 justices. And there had traditionally been a water seat on the court. And so he was appointed after applying 3 times. So I also want to highlight that, because if there's something that you really want to do, just go for it. And sometimes you won't get it the first time. Sometimes you won't get it the second time. In particular, applying to be a Colorado Supreme Court justice is hard, and lots of people have applied multiple times and then been appointed. Some people are very lucky and they apply once and they're appointed, but oftentimes it takes more than one application. So I just, what we learned from that is that somebody who just seemed to have found his flow as a Colorado Supreme Court justice may not have been there if he hadn't really believed that he could continue to apply. So, be persistent about things that you really believe in. And then he was on the bench for 19 years. Rather than having 2 clerks and a judicial assistant, he actually had 3 law clerks. So when he retired, he had a family of about 60 clerks and interns who had worked for him. And I think there isn't a person in that mix who wouldn't say that he was incredibly influential in their careers. He was a man before his time. He really, really believed in the in the humanity of anyone who stood in front of him. He was the kind of person who thought that you standing in front of him, no matter who you were a valuable person who had something valuable to share with him. He was intensely curious. He would pepper you with questions. He was always wanting to get to the bottom of things, and he would have a sort of thing he was trying to crowdsource some, knowledge on, and he would go from person to person and ask, what do you think about this? And where are you going on that? And it was cool and fun. And it was also his way of saying, I'm not above you, which he said from head to toe with every fiber of his being. He was the most approachable human being I have ever met, who had so much power with him. His position was uniquely powerful, but he didn't give a crap about the power nor the title. He was a man kind of driven by purpose, right? So to do right by Colorado was his purpose. And so clerking for him was a riot. He was the kind of person who had an extra 10 hours in any given day. I never could really understand how he was able to do as much as he was able to do, because he would crank out opinions. He really used his clerks. He really relied on his law clerks. But he would crank out opinions. He would be writing books. He would send poetry in the middle of the night. He would go to southwestern Colorado with Ken and Ruth Wright and excavate ancient Puebloan water delivery systems and take photos of that and send the photos to people. And then he would do courts in the field and have oral argument in Durango. And he just seemed to manage to juggle more than anyone else I've ever been around was able to juggle. And one of his secrets was, and this is going to sound really silly, and I don't mean it to sound silly, it's very real, reusable grocery bags. In every time I saw him, he'd be running from his car, which by the way was a total junker, and he had a car for a while where you had to open the passenger door to get into the driver's seat. Like, judges don't make money. And he had a Mexican restaurant in downtown Denver that he totally loved, that he would take everyone to. So if you know people who clerked for him, they all have these stories about La Fiesta. He had his radio stolen from his car in the parking lot of La Fiesta, and then he had like cords hanging out for 3 years maybe before he replaced the radio in his car.
dang it, oh, cloth grocery bags, right, so that was how he stayed organized. He would come out of his car, he'd open the trunk, and then he would just like an octopus, he would just start grabbing like 8 different cloth grocery bags, and then he would come rolling up to the chambers. And in one was a law review article he was working on, in another was a book that he was working on, in another was the Red Well, those accordion file folders that was the particular opinion that he was writing at the time. Another was the briefs for oral arguments, and literally it was like his portable filing system. And so that is how he stayed organized for a really long time. And I actually had a chance to, I am friends with his wife, Bobby, and I saw her recently, and she said that somebody at the court lovingly unpacked all of those bags, washed them, folded them, and delivered them to her. So she ended up getting this box full to the brim of these reusable, and he was sort of a reusable grocery bag guy. He was like kind of on the leading edge of that too, before it became the way. So he just had this sort of marvelous way about him. And then from a jurisprudential standpoint, he was iconoclastic also. He just really was not beholden to what was expected of him as a sort of member of the, I don't even want to like infuse politics into this, but he just really did what he believed was right, and he did whatever he needed to do in order to get to the bottom of that for him. So if he were feeling torn, he would go and read some of the record himself, or he would go and hold the evidence, or he would, so there was one opinion where a teacher had shown a sort of reasonably risque movie to a class, a high school teacher, and had gotten fired for it and then had sued. And that case went all the way to the Supreme Court, and he watched the movie because he really deeply wanted to understand what was in the record and why it mattered and what was appropriate. And so he was not doctrinal in his approach to the law. He was truly a man of the rule of law. The sort of stability of the law is not pushed around by politics. Law is law. And what's right for Colorado fell into this sort of category for him that wasn't doctrinal. It was really cool to watch him, you know, kind of think through things and figure out where he wanted to go and then work with him on getting there. So, and he was a very dear friend and champion of my career, and I'm sort of a member of in the overshare category in that like 22I. I will feel weird to share this with you, but I think it's helpful. I sort of was in the underperforming dad club. And so anybody who took a real interest in my career and was really helpful for me sort of took this outsized role in my life. And he was certainly one of those people. I mean, he was avuncular to me, and he actually officiated my wedding with my husband, flew to Maine, stayed with my family. Family is nuts. So, and stayed up late and danced to bluegrass and drank beers with my friends, and they were all like, who is this person? He's the coolest, and couldn't believe that he was, you know, the Honorable Gregory J. Hobbs of the Colorado Supreme Court, because he was just such a decent, approachable human. So I don't know, so that's some leadership tidbits woven into my really weird career, my very non-traditional legal career and leadership career. And so I'd love to spend the last bit of time I have, like 20. Do I go until
you have about 5 minutes?
Oh, dang it. I was watching the cloud so intently and I'm
Stretch it, you can stretch it.
I'm really sorry.
No, it was a great story.
I have just the dumbest question.
Oh, you know, I nearly went, I said to myself, there are probably people who have no idea what you're talking about, but it is a nonprofit organization formed in 2001 that was designed to complement the state's in-stream flow program. We have a program with the Colorado Water Conservation Board that protects stream reaches from future development. So we can go into a river and say, 8 CFS in this river needs to be protected from future development. The Water Trust would go to a river where it really needed 20 CFS and it only had 8 in it, and it would try to figure out how to fill that missing 12. So it was a market-based sort of libertarian approach to restoring flow to stream regions that needed it.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
I was going to Roger until I ever say that, but she's such a good role.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions, Bree? Or
When
comments?
you grew from 87,000 to 4 million, is that what you said? Did I get that right? What was your approach to fund development? Was it finding all the right grants from the state to tap into, or was it building relationships with donors? And you did just mention libertarian and market-based. What would your revenue make up grow from that 87,000?
All of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above, and being very intentional about being really diverse in terms of the funding stream. So major donors, $10 donors, grants, foundations, government grants, foundations, and honestly, fundraising is about relationships. Literally, that is, fundraising is about relationships. And so I believed in what we were doing, and I did strategic planning every 3 years. So we had a very clear plan. We had a very clear direction. We were very clear where we were going. We knew exactly the funds that we needed in order to do the things we were doing. We were strong in terms of being well run and being clear about who we were and where we wanted to go. And then we worked really hard to make sure we were marrying the people who had an interest in what we were doing together with where we were going. So we really viewed fundraising as a partnership also. And so just from a strategic perspective, I kind of had this notion that if we built it, they would come, as opposed to having them come and then tell us what we were building. Yeah. Are you in fundraising?
I am.
Oh, how did you?
You did perfect. I call it magic. You align their interest in your.
Yeah. And a lot of, just a lot of relationship maintenance, with folks, and I genuinely cared about the folks that were providing us with resources. So that was also really helpful.
Good thoughts, questions?
With your time with Justice Fox, what would you say was one of the most important decisions or accomplishments that you had with him? Yeah, so how many people here work for work in water departments? Was affordable member. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna mention the Supreme Court case that that is not popular. But since I'm, it's called the Empire Lodge. In 2002, during the really significant drought, the replacement supplies from some substitute water supply plans were unavailable, and there were depletions to the river that weren't being replaced. And there was this case in the Arkansas where there was an upstream development that had a substitute water supply plan, but they were shorting a downstream senior. And they said, we have the substitute water supply plan, and it doesn't matter that we're shorting the downstream senior because we have this plan. And that case went before the court, and then the court had friends of the court briefs where people who have stakes in the legal questions that are presented to the court can then file a brief that says, oh yeah, if you decide it this way, here are the implications you might not see from the facts that have come before you. And friends of the court briefs reigned on the court around this particular decision. And so I worked with him on that opinion. And until the day he was sick, he would say to me, do you still think we got Empire Lodge right? It was just so sweet. And I would say, yes, don't you? And he'd say, I just have to check.
So what was the decision?
The decision was essentially that substitute water supply plans were temporary. They weren't a defense against shorting a downstream senior with a decree, and that you actually had to replace depletions if you were gonna short a senior. It had much broader implications than that because it was during the drought, and there were a lot of insecure water rights and augmentation plans on the South Platte, and it really rocked the South Platte. I mean, until about 5 years ago, we were still seeing augmentation plans filed by entities that didn't really have secure water supplies in order to replace their outer priority depletions that were set in motion by Empire Lodge. So, I mean, literally, he just periodically would be like, oh, I haven't seen any more filings. It's so cool though that he was still thinking, wondering if he it's so, it is so how he showed, especially with his clerks, it's so how he showed up with us. He truly believed that our processes with him were, they were collaborations. And, you know, he's yeah. I love that question, thank you.
Well, let's thank you for that. Very much. So, we have just a couple more minutes here. Remember to leave your name tags.
Really appreciate that.
But real quick. What caught your notice today? What are you gonna think about? What's gonna tell me in your homework assignment? Remember homework assignments are due next Monday?
I don't want to spill the beans.
Oh, you want to percolate a little bit.
Like, finally, when we got to the presentation right before this, his last slide is something I've been itching to talk about the whole morning. Was, okay, it's really screwed up. What do we do about it? How do we fix it? And that's, I mean, I've been an engineer for decades. Engineers are change agents. They go build something, they go from nothing to something. And that's just, what do we do? How can we fix it?
What else struck you? Anything surprising? Did you know that water commissioners actually like head gates?
Yeah, that was really fascinating. I just broke down the Thompson Canyon last night after meeting with the foundation, and I don't know, maybe when we were driving back, they were letting that water go like that. Like, you know, like, people die on those riverbanks, and it's a real deal. It's very dangerous, and it's a risky thing. Everything I'm sure to let that go. That this is a resident of this area that traverse that area all the time. Like that's what happens there. So it's awesome.
Did you notice how Thornton was kind of part of the theme?
Yes.
Because a lot of interesting things have happened.
Yes.
I had a water commissioner headgate story. We had a guy down in the San Luis Valley who continually, they didn't lock his headgate, but he kept damming up the river, and they knocked the dam out, and then he dammed it up again. And so we took it to court. And when I had him on the stand, I basically said, you know, how did that dam get there? He goes, beavers. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. You guys are a great class. You have great questions. Please do your homework. We really appreciate it. If you have ideas about future projects, you know, like we talked about EDI, and I think there's something else I put down on my list, you know, let us know. If we missed on the snacks, let Benton know. We appreciated the feedback, and have a nice evening, and thank you so much for being here. Claire.
Just from the foundation, I just want to let everyone know, you're going to be getting an email from us probably this week. Jennifer is being honored at an event on November 1st. She's launching a report that she's been working really hard on as a Common Sense Institute fellow with another gentleman, Eric.
Cool.
And they're gonna have some bold ideas that they're revealing in this report. So with an invitation, it's November 1st, 7:30 a.m. to 9 at the Hilton in Fort Collins. We'd
You
love to
said
have you
7:30 a.m. I think you're PM.
No, it's air.
come. Yeah. it's
Really?
Yeah, and it's free.
That's Tuesday.
They have Halloween and something.
Over that night.
Oh, thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Don't forget a water meeting. You have to do a water meeting.
Just making sure.
You're actually-